morning, everyone. My name is Danielle Cross-McCracken, and I'm the president of Ogilvy Institute, and it is my sincere honor to welcome all of you here today for the 2021 RAC Institute. Just to give a little context for those of you that may not be familiar with Ogilvy Institute, but we're a nonprofit organization based in Wheeling, West Virginia, and it's our mission to foster appreciation, expression, and discovery by engaging people of all ages and abilities through exceptional programming in dance, history, nature, performing, and visual arts. And we were so very honored to meet Carm and Jim DeNova of the Benedum Foundation just a few years back, and to be the first organization in West Virginia to bring the Rural Arts Collaborative across the state lines from Western PA into West Virginia. So throughout the day, we really look forward to sharing some of the exciting work that has been happening in schools, not only in our area, but as well as Western PA and other parts of West Virginia through our other Rural Arts Collaborative partners. But before I turn things over to Carm, who's going to introduce some of the artists that have been involved with RAC this year, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Carm, whose vision it was to establish the Rural Arts Collaborative. And I would also like to recognize Jim DeNova of the Claude Worthington Benedum Foundation, because it was that incredible support that allowed that vision to come to life and exist for so many years. Finally, I would also like to thank Ellen Rossi of the EQT Foundation. She has been a wonderful partner with us in the Rural Arts Collaborative and has allowed us through that support to reach deeper into the different communities that we serve and expand our roster of teaching artists, not only at Ogilvy Institute, but again, in Western PA and other parts of the state. Of course, I want to thank my wonderful team at Ogilvy Institute, who does so much work to make RAC possible. Our partner schools, our amazing teaching artists for their commitment and passion to this project. And finally, I want to recognize Jason Kegler and Teresa Gretchen from West Liberty University, who's helping to produce today's virtual event. A little later, around I think noon, you will see some of Ogilvy Institute's residencies from the last couple years. And I'd like to extend my thanks to Wheeling Heritage Media, as well as our great marketing team, Misty Klug and Russ Brown here at Ogilvy Institute, and our RAC coordinator, Rick Morgan, for helping to put all of that together. And finally, I'd like to thank the Fayette County Cultural Trust for their technical assistance in helping with today's event as well. So I hope that you'll enjoy everything that we present to you, and that you will walk away even more inspired about how the arts play a critical role in education, the lives of our young people, and the communities where we exist. So thank you for being with us. And now I'd like to turn the program back over to our RAC founder, Carm Nickens.
Thanks, Danielle. And before all of you think that you are seeing a rerun of Pirates of the Caribbean, let me just explain the patch for those of you who haven't seen. I see Vicki Willman is laughing. I had some eye surgery about 3 weeks ago, and although it is coming along, I have a gas bubble in my eye, and it's right along my site of vision, line sight, and it gives me double vision. So my doctor suggested that I use a patch if I'm on screen for a long time today. So thus and so. But anyway, I want to echo so much of what Danielle said. First and foremost, the Rural Arts Collaborative could not be possible without our funders and supporters, Jim DeNova and the Benedum Foundation. Ellen Rossi, EQT Foundation, our sponsors, Danielle McCracken and the Ogilvy Institute, Fayette County Cultural Trust, Dan Cox and Michael Edwards, Jim Wolf, West Virginia Division of Arts, Culture, and History, and all of the artists who make it happen for the students. I really could go on, but we are 10 years now into RAC, and it delights me to say that we have served approximately 20,000 students in rural schools, with amazing artists like Attack Theater, Bricolage, Michael McCowan, and I will list more of those as we go along. It's just really been such a wonderful journey, and we hope to continue doing what we do and doing it well, especially for our rural students. You had the pleasure of hearing Calvin Stemley perform. Calvin is one of our RAC artists, and Calvin is also a 30 or 35-year-old friend of mine. I can't remember. We share the same natal day, December 19th. So on our birthdays, we're always texting. But thank you, Calvin, for your genius, for your empathy, and for your love of students and your craft. I'm going to list the artists today that you will see in no particular order. I've already mentioned Calvin, but you will see either some live performances or you will see several vignettes. There's Pennsylvania vignette, there's a West Virginia vignette. There are some additional vignettes from Attack Theater, videos from Bricolage, and we're gonna have a couple of special tributes. So some of the artists that you'll be seeing today, I mentioned Calvin, Michelle De La Reza and Allison Popieski from Attack Theater, Adam Booth, Rebecca Kiger, Michael McCowan, Jeffrey Carpenter, Sam Turek, and Sam is my partner in crime who does all things for Bricolage when we are in a school together. Hi, Sam, I haven't seen you for a while. See, one-eyed woman. Let me see, Jess Rieger, James Moore, Glynis Ford, Hiromi Katayama, Peggy McCowan from the Contemporary American Theater Festival, Vicki Willman, I know her, they are logged in, Michelle Sable, Diane Adams, Laura Jean McLaughlin. Laura Jean just texted me and I'm hoping that someone can send her the link. You are also going to see some projects from 2020. We had planned to do this in 2020 and obviously COVID shut us down. So you're really looking at a lot of efforts from 2019, 20, and 2020, 21 academic years. Academic years were virtual in 2020. So I want to say thank you to all of the artists who really put their nose to the grindstone, made it happen for the students despite the pandemic. And I just also want to say that so many of these artists are not only known in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Ohio, regionally, they are known nationally, internationally, and I just am thrilled to work with so many talented people who do so much for our students. With that, I am going to turn it over to Michelle De La Reza, who is the founder and principal of Attack Theater. And Michelle, take it away. And we will have a wonderful segment from 9:30. I think it's 9:30. Well, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but
that's
Michelle,
all right. We
take it
can
away,
have more of a break.
I said we can have more of a break between that 10:45 and 10:50. So thank you to also Wheeling Heritage and West Liberty for the production crew. They've done a fantastic job. And we will have a few more thank yous a little bit later. And hello, Garrett Black, my favorite student. How are you, Garrett? Good to see you. Okay, we're gonna take it away. And Michelle, please.
All right, thank you, Carmel. And so great to see everybody on the screen today. My name is Michelle De La Reza, and I'm a dancer, choreographer, teacher, mother, Southerner, Latina woman, co-founder and artistic director of Attack Theater based in Pittsburgh. And for accessibility, I want to provide an image description. I have white skin, dark brown hair. I'm wearing a gray and black shirt, and I'm standing just in front of an orange wall. It's wonderful to be here in the Zoom space with all of you. So like Carmel said, in this section, we're going to begin to talk a little bit more specifically about a few of the RAC projects in this part for this year, and meet some of the participating artists. You'll meet artists throughout the entire Institute today. But especially now, because we have a little bit of extra time, and to highlight, I think, a embodied framework for today, I'm going to propose that in our artistic process, we are, and I say we, I say I, but I believe within the arts community, we're always honing our skills to see, to hear, and to consider differently. We strive to open our minds and hearts to the unexpected, and I think especially the unconsidered perspectives, both within ourselves and within the world. So for a little warm up, I mean, we just heard Calvin, you know, he had to warm up for quite some time to be able to do that beautiful artistry. I'm going to ask us to do a little warm up of our bodies, but also to attune ourselves to the framework for today's conversations. All right, y'all, screens off, screens on, totally up to you. But I am going to ask you to imagine that for today, for this moment, we're not seeing with our eyes, and it's going to sound a little crazy, but we're going to see with our nose. So in our imaginations, can you imagine that there's light shining from your nose? You could put a flashlight there. You could just imagine light emanating rather than from our eyes, but from our nose. And can I ask you, with that light, can you just shine it in a big circle? So yes, I'm a dancer. We're doing head rolls. I know it. But what we're also doing is we're shining our light in a circular fashion. And let's go ahead and reverse that. So whatever direction you were going, try to go the other way. And then how about if you take that light and you shine it towards the ceiling in your space, or maybe the sky if you're lucky enough to be outside, and shine it down to the floor or the ground. Let's bring it back up, and now let's do a little axial rotation. Can you turn that light and shine it to one side so you're rotating your head, and then shine it to the other side? Let's do that one again a couple of times. You might just recognize or consider the asymmetry. Maybe one side is tighter than the other. I'm going to encourage you not to judge, to try and make one side be more than it is, but just to recognize. Awesome. Let's do one big free shining that light wherever you want, and let it land in a space that is not the camera, that is not your computer screen. So I'm lucky enough to have a beautiful window right next to me. So I'm looking outside. You may be looking at something in your room you haven't noticed before. Really see it. Be there for a moment. And now bring your nose light back to the screen. And I'm going to encourage you, because we're going to be here on the screen for a while, y'all. So I'm going to encourage you to let the images come to you, as opposed to straining to come to the screen. And shake it all out. Whew. All right. I hope that feels a little bit looser for everyone. Just Dancer Michelle, anatomical note is that our eyes are very deeply connected to our spines. So I'm sorry, Carmel, I'm like super focused on eyes right now. I'm amplifying that beautiful patch of yours, lifting it up. But I do want to just say that, you know, when you're straining your eyes towards the screen, you're actually affecting the alignment of your spine. So both from an anatomical perspective, you know, this can cause tension, but for today, let's try with this to encourage ease and acceptance, and allowing the visuals and the ideas that are offered today to seep in and come to you. Thank you all for that experiment. Just a little bit of background on kind of why I'm here and starting this part of the section. Attack Theater is a dance company. We're based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And we've had the honor of working, performing, and teaching in theater, schools, and communities for over 20 years. We have a robust arts education and creative learning program, working with thousands of learners each year, and defining those learners from age 3, although Allison might correct me, we might have had somebody younger than 3, all the way up to 93, in schools, community centers, universities, and aging adults. For the past 7 years specifically, we have been able to work with Carmel, with Fayette County Cultural Trust throughout Southwestern Pennsylvania and West Virginia through the RAC program. This year for Attack Theater, it's been a little bit different and incredibly exciting. We've partnered with RAC to host an impressive cohort of artists who are working and creating in art forms like photography, storytelling, dance, theater, primarily, Rebecca's our exception, in Southern West Virginia classrooms. So that's what we're going to do for this section. We're just going to introduce a little bit about each of those projects, but from those artist voices. So what I'd like to do is first welcome to the spotlight my colleague and partner and friend, Allison Popesky, who is not only a fabulous teaching artist in her own right, but Attack Theater's arts education manager and the coordinator of these projects that she's about to introduce to hear from the artists. So Allison, join me on the spotlight. I'm gonna fade out and send it over to you.
I'm gonna fade out. This is awesome, yay. All right, spotlighting together, sharing the screen. Da, 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 da. All right, hi everyone, good morning. Thank you for the intro, Michelle. That was perfect. That took about half what I was going to say. So thank you. But yeah, this is super exciting. I mean, obviously it's all virtual. So this is a kind of a new experience for the RAC Spring Institute. But obviously the core of what everyone is doing and the value of arts education is still the same. And so I'm excited that this is happening today. And I'm super excited that Attack Theater is kind of taking on this new role within RAC and hosting a cohort of artists. It's pretty magical. Yes, obviously we're a dance company and we are still leading some residency projects with RAC, which I'm super excited about. But it's really special because we get to work with a cohort of artists of all different specialties. And so I'm kind of the one that gets to be like really hands-on and gets to get to know the artists and kind of meet and just help to coordinate residency logistics, whether it's like talking to the school or organizing schedules. And then probably my favorite part, which I'm most excited about, is that I get to just support and be a part of the process. So I can be a fan, I can kind of watch the development of these projects. And I obviously, as the arts education manager for Attack Theater, the value of arts education in my life is everything. I mean, it's what I live for. And I'm always telling Carm that that's what I love so much about RAC, is that it really purposely puts arts education at the forefront, and it's just a huge advocate for the importance of that and what that does for humans. And I think, and obviously we all know that arts education isn't always pretty. I mean, it's hard. It's hard work, but that doesn't take away, obviously, the importance of it, especially in times right now with what's happening in the world and what's happening with people. The importance of arts education speaks volumes. And so I'm just happy that as an individual and as a part of Attack Theater, we get to work with so many incredible artists and really push forward in arts education the way that RAC does, which is awesome. Okay, and I definitely just want to give a shout out to Jim DeNova, who I love so much and just makes me laugh and makes me smile, and is a hilarious human being, but is also just an amazing advocate for arts education, and just your support and belief in Attack Theater is everything. So thank you. And then Jim Wolf, who has been our kind of our, like, obviously an advocate as well, but helps us to really coordinate and get into the schools and into the placements, and helps us to develop relationships, which is obviously one of the most important parts of arts education. So we, Attack Theater would not be as successful in leading these cohorts without Jim Wolf too. So I just wanted to give a shout out for that. And then obviously Carm doesn't know I'm going to do this, but Carm is probably one of my favorite people, and I am have so much love for her, and I could not imagine doing this with anyone else. So Just some love to the fiercest pirate on the screen. Okay, but with that being said, now we're going to spend some time getting to know our current cohort of RAC artists, so that have residencies going on right now as we speak. So we're going to watch a little video, and then we're going to kind of spend some time with, we have Rebecca, we have Adam, we have Michael McCowan, and Michael McCowan actually brought a guest, Garrett, which I'm super excited to hear more from. So we're going to spend some time just hearing a little bit more about the schools that we're at, which is Bel Air Academy, Capron Bridge Middle School, and then Attack Theater is at Beckley Stratton Middle School. So we've got some really cool projects going on. So I'm going to pass it to whoever's coordinating so we can watch the video. pass it to Rebecca to be spotlighted so she can share the amazingness that she does.
Thanks. Yeah, so that was a really nice introduction. I appreciate that. And before we get started, just want to thank everyone for being here, and thank Allison and Attack Theater, the Benedum Foundation, and I really appreciate Carm's invitation to participate. I really value her trust. It's such a huge component of being able to do this work, just in her belief in us. I'm very thankful for that. So let me get started with the presentation. I'm gonna share my screen here and we'll get going. Can everyone see my screen? Yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, so I'm a documentary photographer in West Virginia, and right now I'm the artist in residence at Bellaire High School, a public high school in Bellaire, Ohio. And the primary focus of the residency is photographic storytelling. So we have actually been working all year, and that's been because of a combination of grants from the Ohio Arts Council, an organization called Unfinished, and the Rural Arts Collaborative. We have mostly been in person, and considering the circumstances, we feel extremely fortunate. So the students have been pursuing both personal projects and a collaborative group project. And in this segment of the day, I wanted to share examples of their personal projects and the exercises they did that led to those personal projects. So earlier this year, we connected, I don't know how to go back, but we connected with a worldwide organization that formed recently over concerns for the deterioration of our social fabric. And in the earlier slide, there was a billboard public art that they produced. And that organization connected us with a group in South America. Here's an example. And that group in South America organizes workshops throughout the globe that center on youth asking self-reflective questions. And they also create questions for the larger community. And we'll get to the community part in the second portion when we talk about social justice. So our students participated, they collaborated with this group. And if you can't read the first question written here, the student asked, "Why do I date mean guys?" So the students took these questions, they made self-portraits, and they made portraits of one another, and were fortunate to be included in something called Unfinished Live, the night that they had a segment called Questions, Culture, and Change. And the video of the students that was shown that night was alongside guests such as Anna Devereaux-Smith, Bruce Springsteen, Alicia Garza, who is one of the co-founders of Black Lives Matter. So it was really an honor to be part of this. And here's that video.
My name is Benjamin Neusner. I am 17 years old, and the question I ask myself is, do I even care anymore? Because sometimes I do things that I used to enjoy and love, and sometimes or anymore it just seems like I don't feel anything when I do the things that I used to enjoy.
Do you want to grow up the way you were raised? Because growing up, my parents constantly fought, and eventually they broke up. I now live in two separate homes, basically. I wonder if when I grow up, do I want to stay in a town like this around all this negativity, or would I rather grow up and be my own person? I don't have the most perfect life, but I do know for sure that there are people out there that have way worse than I do.
How can I stop being drinking so much? I feel like I do it way too much. It's just something that I need to deal with and pay attention more, whether it's in class or talking to another person.
When will I feel confident in my body? Because I feel there is a standard for the way girls should look nowadays. I also got teased and bullied when I was a little girl because I was always a little bit bigger than everyone else. That made me, from a very young age, lose confidence in myself. When I was a freshman in high school, I lost 20 pounds, and now I look like every other girl, but still can't bring myself to feel like I fit in.
Why do? I suck at math. I can understand no math whatsoever. When I ask myself this question, I kind of feel like a moron.
I'm trying to find my place in this world, trying to understand everything about life and how it may hit me when I'm older. I am still trying to figure out why people can be good and bad. It's been a while since I found my happiness, and I'm truly happy. I feel like my whole universe has changed. Sometimes it can be dark, and sometimes it can be sunny. But the whole point of this question is about finding the inner you and how you will become in life.
My name is Brock. I am 18 years old. The question I ask myself is, what can I do differently today? Because I feel like I do the same thing every day. When I ask myself this question, I feel like I should be doing something different.
How do we live knowing someday we will die? How we live a happy life with the thought that it will all come to an end one day.
Why do I have a chemical imbalance in my brain? Because I just wonder about it a lot and the science behind it. When I think of this question, I feel empathetic for anyone else who wonders the same thing.
Why doesn't anyone like me? Because not everybody likes me, and it's kind of sad. I feel depressed.
My name is Tori. I'm 16. I ask myself, why do I obsessively think about the past? Because all I do is think about it. And how I feel about it, I just feel really sad.
My name is Courtney. I'm 18 years old, and the question that I ask myself is, will I ever be stable? I feel like everyone's just kind of unstable in a way all the time, but I really hope that one day I could be stable enough to do the things that I want to do in life.
So needless to say, we were wildly proud of this group of students for their creative work and their vulnerability. So this initial work they did, asking self-reflective questions, this became the foundation of their personal projects. And the result is each of them making a book. But to get to a book, we focused on 3 things throughout the year. The first one being make. Make questions, make photos, just make. And meet. Meet working artists, meet a variety of photographers that might inspire you. And by meet right now, I mean mostly through Zoom. So we did just that. We met Michael Northrup, a photographer who grew up down the river in Marietta, Ohio. Some of his best known work are photographs of his wife, now his ex-wife. I want students to meet folks from our area who've gone on to have careers in photography. We met Tara Fondries. She documents the Ozarks where she lives. It was important to show how photographers document where they live, especially in rural America. We met Raymond Thompson Jr. He just finished his MFA at WVU, and his series Appalachian Ghosts focuses on the largest mining disaster in the country's history, which happened in Summersville, West Virginia. And I wanted students to see how you can creatively address underrepresented history. We met Erika Morillo, who's a Dominican native. She photographs her son. She's an incredible street photographer, and she makes a lot of books, including this one, using vernacular found photographs in order to tell a story about her father, who was murdered for political reasons in the Dominican Republic. And I think importantly for the students I work with, how do you tell a story of a missing parent? Finally, we got to meet the young and up-and-coming photographer, September Dawn Bottoms, who was last year's photo fellow at the New York Times. One of her personal projects focuses on her sister, who was just diagnosed with schizophrenia. And the kids really connected with her, the subject of her work. And in this case, we were lucky enough to have her visit. So these are ways that we form collaboration in person and across the miles. So they say that good writers read. And I would say that good photographers look. And when I say look, I mean at photo books, at photography's history, at the work of folks who've experimented, who've mastered the craft. Kids are exposed to Instagram, advertisement, family photos, and I wanted them to see photography in its book form. I don't know if they liked this activity, but I made them do it anyway. They looked at hundreds of photo books because my hope is that it would prepare them for their final project. And so here I'm going to present at the end of this presentation, two students speaking about their personal projects. Here's Jaden.
Hi, my name is Jaden Lowe, and I'm a senior at Blair High School. And the question I ask myself is how I live knowing someday I'll die. The reason I asked myself this question is I wanted to see what helped people continue to go through life even when they go through hard times. So a lot of things people said were like family and friends, and I agree with that. The experience that I liked the best was when I took pictures at my pop-up's house. He was in Vietnam and he showed me all these things that had important meaning to him, and he told me stories behind it. Some things I learned in photo class were how much a picture really does mean. Maybe you don't see it right now, but later in life, you'll be happy that you have that picture.
And I always get a little teary when I see those old photographs. The last student to share her personal project is Jessica Rosen.
My name is Jessica Rosen. I'm a junior at Bel Air High School. And the question I ask myself is, do I want to grow up the way I was raised? I ask myself this question because I've always wondered what I was going to do with my life after high school or when I grew up, if I was going to be just like my parents or not. And that's why I wonder about this often. I took pictures of my siblings and the home I grew up in, though it's almost vacant now. My home now, my bedroom, and my family. Something I learned while exploring this question is that I would like to live elsewhere, and that's something my family has never really got to do. One thing I learned in photo class this year is one of Sister Carita's rules. The very first rule is try finding a place you trust and try trusting it for a while. And I really took that to heart because in this photo class, I wasn't really friends with any of the people in here. But once we started taking pictures together and sharing each other's stories, I got so much more comfortable around them.
Oh my gosh, I get teary seeing my students. It's been such a joy and really an honor. I feel so lucky to get to do this work. So thank you so much for your time and attention, for being here and watching that. I hope what I've shared is beneficial, and I'll see you in the social justice segment shortly. So I'll pass it back to Allison, I believe.
Rebecca, that was amazing. I just want to say, just stunningly amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Rebecca. And I'm going to pass it now to Adam.
Hello, everyone. I feel like we're in one of those games where you have something that you share to everyone, and then my name is Adam, and I'm a storyteller, but actually I'm going to do that. My name is Adam Booth, and I'm a storyteller who lives in the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, in Shepherdstown, West Virginia. And before I really get into the details of my residency, first I should say, Rebecca, thank you so much for sharing what you've been doing and what your students have been doing. It's very moving. And like Rebecca, I want to echo what she said, that I'm grateful, of course, to RAC and to Attack Theater and the Benedum Foundation for helping to make this residency possible. But I also want to mention Jim Wolf and the River House, two other entities that have helped make this possible and helped connect me with the teacher and the students that I'm working with. So I have a presentation as well, just some still images here. There are three spheres that came together, that are coming together to make this residency possible. It's myself and an incredible teacher whose name is Allison McCormick, and also the students in the 7th grade class that I'm working with at Cape and Bridge Middle School. Now, I had a bit of an advantage going into this residency because the county brought me to the county Board of Education brought me to the county a year prior to tell stories to all of the students in every school in the county. So going into this classroom, the students already knew me, and they had experienced my storytelling. And I say it gave me an advantage because I could go into the classroom and immediately they already knew what storytelling was, and they had seen it in practice. And I was actually blown away on the first day of the residency because the students were able to tell me all about the stories that I had shared with them a year before, which was very moving for me. But also it let me know that they were ready. They were on the right track for telling stories and getting into storytelling culture. And so we jumped right in, or so I thought. I realized, though, that I was pushing the pedal without being in drive. And here's what I mean by that. Much of the early part of this residency was conducted entirely online. I was communicating and working with the students, much like I'm communicating with all of you today. And so here's an image of me visiting the class. It's not the most flattering image, but there I am on the screen in their classroom. And if you look very closely, you'll notice that all of the students are only recognized there by their initials at the bottom of that screen. And what I found out, something that I had presumed was not true. The students, because of some policies that the school has, they're not allowed to turn on their cameras. And also on that first day, there were some technical problems, and they also weren't able to turn on their microphones. And so I had a bit of a panic attack that first day. What am I going to do? I'm teaching a storytelling residency, and I can't see the students, and I can't hear the students. It was a real crisis moment for me. But like I said, the teacher that I'm working with is incredible. And we put our heads together and worked through some of these problems and reworked some of the plans that I had laid. So here's an image of one of the students in the classroom during the residency. So you see the student's computer, and the teacher is on the computer, and I'm on the wall in the back. It's very, very cool how technical this has been. This is kind of what they told me it would be like when I grew up. So what we did is I wanted to get these students telling stories as fast as possible. And so we looked at a poem by the former poet laureate of Kentucky, George Ella Lyon, a poem called Where I'm From, where she speaks about where she's from, idioms and people and stories and the terrain and so on. And it's a poem that, if you're not familiar with it, it's easy to turn into a template and have people fill out. And so that's what we did. So here's an example of one of the slides from that template. The blue lines are the lines that the students filled in. And in parentheses, you see the motivation for what goes into each of these lines. And then in the bottom right corner, I have excerpted from George Ella Lyon's poem, the lines that correlate to this part of the template. And so we went all the way through, and the students created their own poetic forms of where I'm from, stories of their own lives. And immediately they were opening up in very deep ways about their families and values in their lives, and about the types of homes that they live in, and their language. And it was really wonderful because it gave us so much to work with just like that. And I found very quickly that the students had no problem sharing with each other. Now, they weren't the fastest to speak extemporaneously, but if they had something prepared, they could talk about it. And so this was a great foray right into storytelling. Then I really wanted the students to know about story culture in Appalachia, very similarly to what Rebecca shared with getting to know some photographers from the region. I wanted these students to know about what stories are told in Appalachia and in West Virginia. And so we had a few weeks where we learned about different storytelling cultures and styles. And this was not by meeting with these storytellers, but by listening to and watching and analyzing footage of their storytelling. We learned about Gail Ross, who is actually from Oklahoma, outside of the region, but her stories originate in the region. Gail Ross is a direct descendant of John Ross, who was the chief of the Cherokee at the time of the Trail of Tears. And so we experienced one of her pourquoi tales. And the pourquoi tale is a type of story that explains why something is the way it is. Why in our mountains, the bear is black when it's brown in other mountains, and so on and so forth. And we learned about telling stories with animals and origin stories. And we looked at her style of telling, how she uses her voice and her face and the delivery of her language. And then we took all that and turned it back into a mirror of ourselves. And so then I would have the students say, well, if this is why the bear is the way it is, look back at your poems of where you're from and tell me why you are the way you are. Or why is it that your relative says this particular thing? Why are they the way they are? So then they were kind of creating their own pourquoi stories. And we had a similar experience by then looking at the work of a very famous West Virginian storyteller, Bill Lepp, who works in the world of tall tale. And we could use this as an avenue into industrial history in Appalachia because tall tales grew out of industrial history in our region. We also got to talk about personal story, and we looked at how one might develop a little grain of an idea into a larger narrative arc. And the students really got into both of these storytellers, which made me quite happy. um, it's easy as a storyteller to change your own narrative when you're sharing it with people to make sure that they're into it. But when you're presenting someone else's work, you really hope that they're going to get into it. And they were. Then it was time for some demonstration, and I said getting the real deal in action. Because I tour nationally as a storyteller, I'm very connected to a lot of storytellers around the country. And I wanted to bring some of those storytellers into the classroom. And one of the advantages of working in the pandemic and working virtually is that we didn't have to pay to fly artists to come to the school. They could just visit via Zoom, actually via Teams is what we're using. And so I worked with the teacher and I said, I want to bring representation into this classroom. So tell me, do you have any students who English is a second language for them? Do you have any students maybe who use a wheelchair or some other device to help how they are able in the classroom? Do you have any students that have identified as trans? We have a high percentage of students in West Virginia compared to the rest of the country who identify as trans. I said, do you have students that are already identifying with other maybe orientations or identities that are different than much of the rest of the classroom? And she came back and she said, no, 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 no. I thought, okay. And she said, you know, if there is any of that, they haven't identified it yet in the classroom, or at least to me. I said, okay, well, tell me about the demographics of these students so I can bring storytellers who will provide that representation. And she told me a lot of things I already knew. They're rural. This is a very white, poor set of demographics. This is, then she told me some things I didn't know. She said there are lots of athletes in this class. I said, okay. So I started to pick out some storytelling artists who could visit to present concerts, but also to speak about artistry. So our first guest artist was Scott Whitehair, who is based in Chicago, although he grew up in Pittsburgh. And Scott is a storyteller who works in personal story. And we talked about his visit. I spoke with all these artists before they came, and he said, well, I can bring in stories about being an athlete, but also wanting to be an artist. I said, great. So he came and shared that. And in between each of his stories, the students got to talk to him about his journey as a storyteller, about why he made certain choices with the stories that he shared. And then once his concert was over, we spent the rest of that day talking about his development of characters and how we could do that in our own work. And then we did some exercises. Our second guest artist was Kristen Petamonte, a storyteller who has done story work in 20 countries on 5 continents. And she is also from Pennsylvania originally. And she shared with us stories about fear and working through fear. And she did that in personal story and in world folk tales. And she spoke about sharing stories with people that are in different cultures than her own. What it was like when she went to Iran to tell stories, and when she went to South Korea. And then we took all that and the conversations we'd had with her and applied that to the work we were doing. How can we share stories with people who are different than ourselves? And here's an image of her visiting our class. That's Kristen on the left and the teacher on the right. And then we had Diane Macklin visit, a storytelling artist who, something remarkable about what all 3 of these artists did is they all ended up telling stories that directly related to the lives of these students without knowing it. Diane spoke about growing up on a farm and what it was like to learn to harvest, like to do the entire farming process and to then take the product and turn it into succotash. And she also shared some cultural stories with us that are from Appalachia and Southern United States and Brer Rabbit. And afterwards, I challenged the students, here's Diane visiting our class. I challenged the students to speak about Diane's visit in 1 word. And they're really into storytelling at this point. And one of the students gave us such a sweet answer. She said, serotonin. It was a very uplifting, joyful experience. Well, then it was time to put it into practice. And that's where we are in the residency right now. I challenge the students to tell me about the places in their community that are important to them. Because what one of the students said during these visits was, or toward the end of the visits, he said, I'm so amazed at getting to hear all these different voices and different accents and hearing about the people talking about where they're from and what's important to them. And I said, aha, guess what you're about to do? So they shared with me, we created a list of important places in their community, and they started to tell me why they were important. Then they narrowed those down into about a dozen sites that they all had personal connections to. And they self-selected into those sites to develop with a partner stories about those places and imagery, because even though it is easier to get older people to open up and tell stories, to get a group of 7th graders to just stand up in front of others and tell stories isn't always the easiest thing. So I have shared with them that we're doing it in this format, a cranky format, which you see an example of here. This is a visual type of storytelling where you see those cranks on the top, you turn the crank and this scroll of illustrations rolls by. And so what the students have done is they've created images that we're about to put onto our scroll. And as it cranks, their stories will play. We're actually going to record their stories next week. So I don't have the audio to share with you right now, but I can tell you about them a little bit. And I see them right at the end of my time. So I'll just share one of these with you. One group of 2 boys had chosen the Little League field in the town as where they wanted to tell their stories about. And I was sitting with them. I said, why is this place so important to you? Do you spend a lot of time there? Do you live near there? And together in tandem, they said, oh no, this is where we both got our first hits. I said, tell me more about it. And they said, well, there's just such an incredible feeling when you practice and you get coached and then you hit the ball for the first time and you hear the people cheering for you. And one said, my dad was so proud of me. I said, well, tell me about this place. And they said, well, there's a forest right next to it, woods right next to it. And one time we were there, the 2 of us, because our little brothers were out there, were playing a game. We were out there and we found some bottles. And we were just throwing them around, just throwing them at stuff. And we each threw one up and they hit each other in the air. We didn't even mean to do it. And they crashed everywhere. And I thought to myself, I'm living a Bruce Springsteen song. This is what it sounds like. There's so much Americana happening right here. And these kids, they're just telling me their stories. And they were using so many elements of what we talked about, bringing sound in and pauses and developing the narrative. And so I have been like just really proud of what they're doing. And all that's going to wrap up here in the next couple weeks as we finish the scroll and make the recordings to go with the video of that scroll. So thanks for letting me share a little bit about this. And I'm going to turn it back to Allison.
Yay, thank you, Adam. Oh, that was amazing. Your voice is so soothing. Like I was just like, oh my gosh, please keep telling that story because I was so there with you. I was so okay, awesome. So now I'm going to pass it. Last but not least, we have Michael McCowan and then Michael McCowan's guest. So Michael, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you so much, Allison. And it truly is an honor and a privilege to be here with all these amazing artists and educators. I've done 4 years of residencies with the RAC program. The first year I went into Magnolia High School and we did a video art installation. The second year I went into John Marshall High School and we did an environmental installation outside. And the fourth year, the third and fourth year, I was at Wheeling Park High School where we did video art. And I was at Payton City High School where we created a stage play based on local history. And all of these experiences have been amazing. Like, I truly feel blessed that CARM created this program and that Jim DeNova supported it, because it has truly allowed me to grow as an artist and an individual. And each of these residencies have been challenging in different ways, but they have been rewarding in different ways. The first residency I did was at Magnolia High School, which is my alma mater. And I'm proud to say that it was the first RAC high school residency in West Virginia. And we took that residency to the Contemporary American Theater Festival in Shepherdstown, West Virginia. And I actually have a student who was a part of that project. So when I first met him in that residency, he was a freshman. And now he is a graduating senior, and he is going to continue his education in the arts. He wants to be a teacher. So for me, that's the best part of being a teacher, is that if you can have one bit of influence on a student that helps them to find a direction or helps them to find a path that helps to enable other people, you can't ask for more than that. So right now I'm going to turn it over to Garrett Black. And when Garrett Black, we did this interview with this magazine when we were taking the project over to Shepherdstown, and they went around to each of the students and they asked them to introduce themselves. And Garrett goes, "My name is Garrett Black, like the color." He is absolutely amazing. He tends to underestimate himself, but he is brilliant and has the potential to do so much. So Garrett, would you care to comment on your experience with the RAC program, what it meant to you and how it has affected you moving forward?
Before Garrett comments, I just want to say, Garrett, thank you so much for being here. I remember that introduction well, and Garrett is just etched in my heart and my head. Garrett Black, like the color black. Thank you, Garrett. And I'm so proud of you. So very proud of you. Take it away.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for having me. It's an honor being here, truly. So with the artist in residence program that I was with Michael, my freshman year, I was really like not into art, I guess. I was like, I wasn't having it. I don't know, because teacher recommended us to Michael, and I'm not really sure who recommended me to Michael, but I was. And I'm thankful for it, because the experience I had was absolutely amazing with everything, like making art with the people I did, building like those like group skills. It was a blast. And if it wasn't for Michael McCowan, I don't think I would be where I am, like loving theater and art how I do. Yeah. I don't know what else.
That's good, Garrett. Thank you. Yeah, it was incredible going back into, so Magnolia is my alma mater. It's my high school, and I hadn't been there since I graduated in '92. And to go back in there and be able to interact with the students, and the project that we did was called Where. So it was all about our hometown and how our hometown has changed. And to give the students the opportunity to voice that, because again, that's part of what RAC is about. It's about empowerment. Okay. It's about going into areas, the Rural Arts Collaborative. It's about going to these rural areas and giving students the opportunity to experience things that they normally wouldn't have the opportunity to experience, and giving them the opportunity to voice their opinions. That is empowerment. And that is what we are trying to do as educators and artists. So to go to my hometown and go into my high school and to experience that with those students who grew up in the same place that I did and are feeling the same things that I did, it was absolutely amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And I'm so glad that we got to take that project and we got to take those students and they got to share their experiences with other people from different areas. It was absolutely fantastic. And again, my whole thing is that I'd worked in the arts my entire life. I'd grown up in an artistic family, and I always struggled to justify why I was doing it. And the first time that I felt that justification is when I was working at the Contemporary American Theater Festival in Shepherdstown. And my sister had created this project called Hostile Youth. So I was a documentarian on that project. And I followed these kids for 3 weeks with a video camera and a microphone. And to watch the impact and to experience the impact that the arts had on these kids and how it affected the way that they saw the world, it changed my life. And the Rural Arts Collaborative is just an extension of that. It's an ability to share that with more people. And because of COVID, because of what happened with the pandemic, I wasn't able to be in a high school this year. But next year I'm going back and I'm really looking forward to it. I guess that's it.
Yay, Michael.
Thank you, Allison.
Biggest fan. Garrett, thank you so much for being here. That was so great. It's so nice to have just to hear voices of people who've experienced it themselves. So thank you for all you do. And I'm so excited for all the stuff that you have going on now and whatever's to come in the future. So yeah, everyone, just so many happy fingers, celebration, love through the screen for these incredible artists, for sharing what you do in the presentations and just giving us a look of even just like a day in the life of your arts residencies. Very impactful. Thank you so much. And yeah, that is it for our Attack Theater RAC Attack portion. And hopefully you guys all got a nice glimpse of kind of our experience so far. And before we transition or switch, does anyone have any questions, or are there any initial thoughts or anything that was sparked through these presentations? Feel free to use the chat or unmute yourself. Oh, we're all getting spotlighted. This is nice, like a big family picture. It's a RAC Attack family picture.
I would say that we're running a little bit early. So if anybody wants to put any questions, like Allison said, in the chat, please feel free to do so. If not, I think it says 10:18. What we're going to do is show a video by James Moore. We'll take a little break. And let's make it a 15-minute break. I have to go off screen to take a doctor's call at 10:30. But let's take a little break. We can show that James Moore video.
We do have a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Carmel, I did, Ellen asked Rebecca actually if the students used cameras or their own phones, if you could just talk a little bit more about the photography element of that part.
Thanks. I am multitasking. Okay, thanks so much. We'll see you then. I'm multitasking because I had to bring my daughter home from school after this started, and I'm going to get her COVID tested. So what a morning. But yes, so the first time we did our residency, we didn't have cameras initially. So yes, I taught the students to make pictures with their phones. And then we were really fortunate because Stifle had some old point and shoot digital cameras that they were able to provide to us. So that first year, which was 2019, 18 and 19, we used those. And then we ended up in the same situation again this year, wondering, okay, well, what equipment are we going to use to make pictures? Because this is where I'm going to get on my soapbox and say that photography is a very expensive field. It is a very difficult field to enter professionally because of the investment required for equipment. It is part of the reason I do this work. The only reason I'm able to do this work is because of sponsors that help me go in and teach in under-resourced communities. But the reason I do that is that I want everyone give everybody a chance at this field. Everybody's voice deserves to be heard. Everybody can make incredible photos. But again, it is such a difficult field to enter because of the cost. But this year, and just like everyone's talking about the connections that we've been able to make over the years in our profession, and part of what we do is we bring those connections to the students, to these small towns. And so one of my friends at WVU found out that their media program was getting ready to get rid of a bunch of DSLR cameras. And so they were willing to donate them to us. But I'm in Ohio, so they actually couldn't do it. But Danielle and Rick and Stifle volunteered to take the cameras and then loan them to our program so that we could have these more advanced cameras for the students. And then when we're done with our program, we will give them back. And I'm gonna get on my soapbox again. So even though like the focus of the program for me is developing voice and just looking and getting the experience of making photos, it is also important that as much as I can, I am giving students advanced skills so that they can compete. And in order to have those advanced skills, you have to know the technology, and a more advanced DSLR gives them the opportunity to learn the tricky things about ISO, aperture, shutter speed. These are kind of complicated things, and the students are still, after a year, and I know from my own experience, it takes years to develop this. So yes, our next goal is to get computers, because I would love for the students to be able to be working. You know, computers are a really critical part of digital photography. So if anybody has computers they would like to share or donate, or they know how can lead me to a grant that might raise money that can bring that other component to the students, I would love to have that next year. Again, because that starts to put them on a playing field with these more resourced high schools that gives them the skills they need to compete in a very competitive field these days. So that's a long answer to a short question, Ellen. Good, I'm glad you're here. And thank you again for supporting our first residency.
Of course, thanks, Rebecca.
Any other questions or thoughts?
Carmel, do you want to take a break until 10:45, or just should we be, we'll pass the stick over to you to just make a decision about what we want to do at this moment when we're going to reconvene?
Actually, I have to take off my patch. I'm going to pass it over to show the James Moore video to our production crew. And then we will show the RAC diversity video, and then Jim Wolf is going to step in to facilitate. So I'm going to be off camera for about 20 minutes. I have a doctor call.
And nice. So I'm here with Jason Heckathorn, and would you please tell the folks what you do at Weirton Madonna and what you teach, and just a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I've been at Weirton Madonna for 5 years now, and I teach sophomore and junior history classes, and I also teach sociology and economics for juniors and seniors. And you know, I coached basketball this year for the girls and coaching track for the boys and the girls, so it keeps me busy.
So you teach a wide variety of subjects, it sounds like, have taught and currently teach. I'm curious, and we talked about this, you know, in our early discussions and some of the early trips I made. Whenever Principal Lesho mentioned to you this was a possibility, what was it about having an artist or a musician come into your history class in particular that was appealing to you?
Well, especially like in my junior history, that, you know, we'll start in 1890s and go up into present day. And the kids always seem to enjoy when I get into the 20s, 1920s and up, tying in music lessons into the history. Just the other day, we reached the 1980s, and they had me play the top 10 songs of 1980, and they like that. And before that, you know, we played some disco music. We had Rapper's Delight on their last test, you know, the first rap song to reach the top 40. So, you know, it always is a good connection with the kids because they are so into music. And, you know, they like hearing the music of the past. So especially from like the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you know, they really enjoy that era. They're even asking me now, like, are we going to get to listen to some Tupac? I'm like, well, if we get there this year.
Man, it's so wild to hear students talk about the 80s and the 90s as being classic, because that's
yeah,
that's when you and I were growing up, right? It's
yeah,
it messes with my mind, all those things that were brand new when we were kids, and it's like they look at it as this historical thing.
And you know, anything from like the 70s and 80s, they like to see. Like if I play them old commercials from that time period, and they'll listen to those, they'll enjoy that. And yeah, it's pretty fun because it gives them more of a interactive lesson for them, because you know they have so many questions about that.
Yeah. Well, that reminds me, one of my favorite days in your class, and you may recall this, is we spent a lot of time doing what just you're talking about, doing sort of these guided lessons through YouTube, right? Where listening to music or watching live performances and having students consider not only the musical elements, but the socio-cultural landscape that's being presented in these recordings. And so the one that I really enjoyed was when I do this to a lot of college classes. I found an old 1960s sort of variety hour show that Frank Sinatra hosted.
Hmm.
And we played almost the whole thing. The Count Basie Orchestra was featured prominently. Sinatra was singing, but I made sure that we watched all. I mean, this included even the commercials, right?
Uh-huh.
And the commercials that were being presented. It was really interesting to me to get the students' reaction to some of these commercials. Some of them are kind of dated and funny, but you're able to help students unpack, like, yeah, there are gender normative roles being presented in these commercials that maybe are no longer appropriate or are frowned upon, and those sorts of things. And so it's
Right.
encouraging to hear that you're still taking that approach when you're playing music for the students, because it puts so many historical things in context, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, we played the commercials one day, and they were surprised to see commercials for cigarettes come on the TV.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. They're like, "How was that allowed?"
Well, and
And
it's
it,
also a really interesting jumping off point, I think, in talking with the students about some of the more unfortunate things that we have to cover when we're teaching history, right? Things
Mhm.
like segregation and
Right.
and institutional racism. So, talk to me a little bit about how, since I've been there, and I'm sure you were doing these things before, but what is how do you approach teaching those sorts of more challenging subjects to a room full of junior history students?
It's kind of touchy, especially like lately in the news. There's been a lot of stories of some of the assignments that history teachers have given about slavery. And, so I think you have to be really careful of how you approach it, but it definitely needs covered. I've just read that there was a story in Pittsburgh, a professor or teacher was in trouble. They did an assignment about the price of slaves and how much you would buy and sell them for. And, but that's something I think you, in a way, need to talk about, because it puts it into perspective for the kids. Like, wow, that was a lot of money back then that they were investing into a slave. And, but that's what happened, but you just have to watch the wording of the assignment. And then we covered, the civil rights in the 1960s. And, the kids were really involved in that. And, they could see the comparison of some of the riots and things that are happening nowadays. And they're like, wow, it hasn't really changed that much. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
there's been a lot of change, but then there's setbacks along the way. So they do have a lot of great questions.
Yeah. I really enjoyed one of the times, one of the classes I did with you and your students, when we focused on the Hill District in Pittsburgh,
Yeah.
the Civic Arena,
Mhm.
which caused the building of that, and urban renewal, which is code word for let's make the African Americans move,
Mhm.
and just it was really powerful for me to look out on a room full of students who are living an hour from Pittsburgh, and to show them, yeah, we leveled 4 blocks of the lower hill so that we could build an arena that's now a parking lot. Like,
Mm.
it's so we can't run away from those, in some cases, ugly things that we have to teach them. But yeah, I
Yeah.
think you're right, Jason. Like, the language that we use, you have to strike the appropriate balance of frankness and sensitivity in
Yeah.
talking about those things, right?
Hmm.
But I'm glad that we touched on that stuff. I think that was like towards the end of the fall 19 semester, like November, December, or
Right.
maybe even into January of 20. And then smack COVID hit, and we had to pause.
Yeah.
And then all those things happened in the summer around the murder of George Floyd. So in some ways, I'm glad we talked about those things beforehand, but I'm encouraged to hear that the students are as curious or more curious about those things afterwards, right?
Yeah. In sociology class, towards the end of the period, I always put the news on for the kids. And one of the parents told me, my son never used to watch the news before, but now he comes home every day and tells me a story from the news or asks me questions. And he's like, I'm so glad that you let the kids watch the news just so they can see what's going on in the world.
Yeah. Wow, that's powerful. And yeah. Well, one of the things I loved about coming to your class was how open the students were to listening to genres of music that are way outside of what they normally listen to. Sure, we had some kids that were a little skeptical at times. I mean, that's
Uh-huh.
how it goes. but they were just such an open group of students, and I had a great time with them. So are there any highlights that you can recall from that? I know it's been a minute. Are there any highlights that you really thought you enjoyed from some?
You know, the one lesson that the kids really enjoyed is when I think it was Britney Spears that you played that song of hers before it was cleaned up. And they were, the look on their face and how shocked they were. And some of the girls that we have that are in the choir, they're like, I'm better than Britney Spears. They still talk about that one. Yeah.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Well, I'll have to give folks some context. So yeah, there's a Britney Spears tune called Alien.
Yeah.
It was recorded back in 2014. And right after it dropped, a recording leaked out, and it was of Britney's vocal tracks before they had been edited and cleaned up with Pro Tools. And it was kind of a controversy at first about whether actually they had been undoctored. Like, did somebody take the finished product, or Britney actually being able to sing and make her sound worse? But her publicist came out very quickly with a bunch of statements that didn't say this has been altered to make Britney sound worse. It was, well, these were Walmart tracks, these were practice tracks, those sorts of things. Regardless, it did give us a chance to talk about what it's like for pop singers and what's valued in the music. And yeah, there's some moments in that recording that are difficult to listen to. That's really cool that they remember that, because I play that for college students, and I always tell them, in today's lecture, I'm going to ruin music for you. So,
yeah, that was a great one. They love that.
Wow.
And in basketball this year, I coached the girls, and the seniors on the team were the ones that we had, in the music group with you. Right. And we're going to the regional finals game, and we tell them, okay, guys, let's start focusing, get pumped up, put some music on. They picked Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody. And we're driving to regional final game, and the whole bus of girls is singing Queen. But hey, it worked. We won the game and made it to states then in Charleston.
Yes.
Yeah. So they said next year, all of our warm-up music is going to be 80s stuff.
I'll come back and we'll do a couple 80s days. I'm down with that. Another of my favorites was when we did the class and we showed them the different stylistic versions of Michael Jackson tunes. That particularly that an artist named Tony Sukar and his compatriots did, where they took all these Michael Jackson tunes and put them in the style of Afro-Cuban and Afro-Caribbean music. It's called the Michael Jackson Project, and that was one of the early ones that I did, because I know it's one where it can get students sort of into listening to a music that's adjacent to jazz or related to jazz, but it gives them some hooks to grab onto. And I was really impressed with how the students, that you tell them you're going to play a Michael Jackson tune, and for a lot of them they snicker because it seems old to them, not to you and me, but to them. But man, we dropped that first, Afro-Cuban version of Billie Jean, and there were a lot of students that had big eyes and just got pulled into it, which is, I was really happy with that. Do you remember that, Paul?
They were dancing in their seats and singing along and tapping along.
Yeah. Well, and it gave us an in to talk to them about son clave and how those rhythms are layered, and that was really fun. I think what I'll say that I really dug, everything that I did with your students are things that I do in college level music appreciation classes, like, juniors and seniors in college. And your juniors in high school were all over it, just all over it, so you've got mature kids up there. Talk to us about the kids at Madonna. Like, well, you got great kids.
Yeah, we, for a small school, our enrollment 120 some this year. I think we were about 128, last year when we were doing this project, and we would have all the juniors that I think we were about around 38 at the time, maybe 30. And yeah, we would get them all into my classroom, and of those juniors now that are seniors, today was their last day of school. Almost, I would say about 35 out of the 38 are going on to college. You know, 3 of them have jobs lined up already. I think one might be going to the military, but yeah, it's a great group of kids that we have here.
Yeah. I remember the day that we were listening to, I want to say we were listening to some more rhythm and blues oriented performers. I was focusing on some of the B3 organists and some of the singers in that early 60s, late 50s era. And it was a day where I got through to that. Remember that clump of football players that sat on the left-hand side of the room?
Yeah.
I always knew if I could get through to those cats, you know, I was getting somewhere. And I got through to them that day. And I don't know what it was about those tunes that got one of them to kind of say, hey, wait a minute, this is actually pretty cool. Like, it's okay for us to like this.
Yeah, yeah. It got them out of their comfort zone. So, you know, they're like, I'm too cool to like this, but hey, wait a second, I like this. And, you know, those are the ones that, you know, always see in the weight room with music blasting, and, you know, they're listening to different types of music all the time too. And, you know, they found other styles that they liked.
Yeah. I had a blast, and I was really bummed out that COVID cut us short, because
I know. Yeah, it was a great time. It was really enjoyable. And, you know, I continue to try to keep adding in music to my history lessons, because they did enjoy it so much.
That's great. Well, if there's anything that you want to say to the folks that are watching this at RAC and those folks at Benedum that helped this to all be funded, and Ogilvy Institute, I guess just what would you say to everybody?
Oh, it was a great experience for myself and for the kids. You know, we each took a lot away from this, and you know, it helped prepare some of the kids to see how a college professor is in a classroom, and, you know, prepares them for a college class. For some of these juniors, this is their first time of being with a college professor, and yeah, they did a great job and they enjoyed it.
Well, I learned more about teaching from you than I bet those students learned from me. Just watching you with those students was really a great reminder to me of just that those of us in college classrooms stand up there and pontificate sometimes, but man, you all teach the whole student, and we try to do that. But you're a great teacher. It was great to spend time with you and your students, and you know, as soon as it's safe, I'll come back and hang anytime.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. Come back, and you know, we'll get the music kids together and play some music in the gym for them on the stage.
That'd be great.
James, that was awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you had the experience that you did. And I know visiting you a couple of times, I believe I was there, the students were just enthralled with you. So thank you so much for your talent, your commitment to students above and beyond.
Thank you, Carm. It was an awesome experience for me. And I think I also worked with music kids and the music teacher, which was a whole different experience. But I was just so impressed with Jason, with the history and sociology teacher. And it was just a really cool chance. There were a lot of days where we were team teaching classes, and I really did learn a ton from him. So it was a great time to be with those students.
Well, that's one of the things that I can say. I mean, COVID shut us down theoretically, but you know, you persevered. Everybody persevered and did what they could with the students, and the students, I think, were really so appreciative of what they could do when not being in the classroom. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I think I'm going to turn it over now to Jim Wolf, who's going to introduce the social justice video, and then Teresa and Jason, after Jim Wolf's entree of the social justice video. It's just a small little video that we put together. Dan Cox, who is the wizard of videos, put it together. So Jim, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can introduce this segment. Then we'll play the video, which I believe is 1 minute and 40 seconds. And then Jim Wolf is going to spotlight this and moderate this section. So thank you, Jim.
Sounds great. Thank you, Carm. I just want to add my thanks to James and Jason and the students at Madonna for that discussion. Sounds like a super residency, and just love the conversation and the exchange between you guys, and everyone obviously enjoyed the project, and it's great to hear about it. So thanks very much for that. And as Carm said, I'm just going to briefly introduce a short video that's going to play here. It's a Rural Arts Collaborative video, sort of introducing RAC's engagement with diversity and social justice issues. So we'll play that short video now, and then we'll go into our discussion. Thank you very much. Thanks. A nice sort of visual way to get us back into the flow of the conversation, and to highlight some of the real range of the Rural Arts Collaborative residencies. I want to welcome everyone back. I hope everybody had a minute to stand up and move around and take a little break, and also enjoyed the video that we just saw. We're going to go into our next segment now, which is called Art as a Voice for Social Justice. I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Jim Wolf. I'm the Arts and Education Coordinator at the West Virginia Department of Arts, Culture, and History. And I'm really, really pleased to be, a partner in this team that has been involved in bringing Rural Arts Collaborative to West Virginia. I want to certainly acknowledge, certainly Carm, Jim DeNova, as you've heard before, who did so much to bring these programs and these residencies into West Virginia. Danielle and Rick and all the folks at Ogilvy Institute who were kind of the pioneers and helped establish those first residencies. Michael McCowan, Robert Villamagna, Tim Thompson, the folks from Bricolage, all those people that were the RAC pioneers in West Virginia and really helped us get this up and running. And now, of course, it's really expanding throughout the state. And we're benefiting so much from that in West Virginia, and we're just so appreciative. The arts education environment here is enriched, it's diversified, and it's really invigorated by the presence of these RAC residencies. And we're just really grateful for it. We look forward to the ones that are, those that are in progress and those that are coming up, and just very appreciative of this partnership that we've been able to be a part of. The other thing I want to just say briefly about it is it's helped us on a statewide level to really recommit and to have some new ideas about how to support and strengthen the work of teaching artists around the state. Teaching artists are just such an incredible resource, and sometimes not well appreciated or perhaps not that well recognized. And it's something that we just, to be able to provide these kinds of opportunities to the teaching artists with the support of RAC and the Benedum Foundation, is so important. And I also want to acknowledge, as Allison referred to, the RAC Attack group. Attack Theater has been really instrumental in bringing some of these residencies this year and in the future into West Virginia. And we're very appreciative to Allison and Michelle and everyone at Attack Theater who have helped to make that happen and are continuing to. So thanks again to all those partners. It's fantastic to be a part of it. A little bit of background on the topic that we're going to go into now, arts as a voice for social justice. You know, the arts and arts education always overlap with other subjects. And the arts, you know, are always engaging with issues and events in society and the culture at large. And as you've seen today, the Rural Arts Collaborative residencies are certainly no exception. But in the summer of 2020, we were in a unique time, and there were, as you all know, racial justice, civil rights protests, a movement was taking place really throughout the country. And as this was happening, CARM and the Rural Arts Collaborative identified the importance of investigating a little more thoroughly the connection between social justice and the arts, and specifically arts education, and made the decision to try as much as possible in this difficult year that we've been in to incorporate social justice aspects and social justice education into this year's Rural Arts Collaborative residencies. And one of the first steps in trying to make that happen was, and to bring this topic into more focus, was to convene a video roundtable last summer, which we did in September of 2020. And it was a Rural Arts Collaborative social justice roundtable. It featured several teaching artists as panelists. And we just had a couple of hours really of reflecting on and examining the role of the arts in social justice, and engaged with several different questions during the course of that roundtable. And those questions ranged from artists reflecting on their own educations and their own backgrounds, and how that did or did not prepare them to engage with systemic racism or social justice issues as part of their work as artists, and then all the way up through more specific issues of implementing and carrying out social justice objectives within their work as teaching artists. And that roundtable, by the way, is still available. It's on the Rural Arts Collaborative website. It was recorded and it's archived there, so it's available for anyone who would like to see it. But that was kind of a kickoff discussion to the idea of incorporating social justice into some of the residencies. And so that's kind of how this whole thing got started. And so what we'd like to do today is just kind of have a kind of a catch-up conversation with some of the teaching artists about these topics. And so what I'm going to do is welcome back the same crew from the previous panel. We've got Michael McCowan, Adam Booth, and Rebecca Kiger, and Michelle De La Reza from Attack Theater. And we're just going to have a conversation at this point about some of these questions of social justice and arts education, and how they interact. We'll move to the degree that we can into some specifics, if that works, about either this year's residencies or plans for next year's residencies. But I thought maybe what we do at first, just to kind of set the tone and really kind of investigate some of these questions, but also acknowledging that this year has been a unique year and a difficult time to try to fully incorporate some of these kinds of objectives. So we're going to keep that in mind throughout this conversation, and also that all these values and all these goals that we're talking about are things that can be incorporated in the future. But I thought we'd just start with maybe some more general thoughts about your ideas of social justice, social engagement, and how they've informed your development as an artist and specifically as a teaching artist. And Michael, do you mind if I start with you? I know you shared with me yesterday some thoughts that you had kind of developed along these lines. And if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about that and kind of get us started.
Jim, I would love to. Thank you.
Thank you.
And before I get started on that, let me just say, anytime I get the opportunity to interact with Jim Wolfe, it is a pleasure. You are Charles Lawton. And for people who don't know that, he is an old Hollywood actor. And if you've ever heard the phrase, someone reading the phone book, that's what Charles Lawton did. He used to go to these Hollywood parties and he would read the phone book, and it was so entertaining that people actually did audio recordings of it. That's how I feel about Jim Wolfe. I feel like we are fortunate to have him with us and to have him moderating these events. So thank you, Jim. My experience with the social justice and the arts really started with Carm Nickens. When she proposed the idea that the teaching artists this year should do a project that interacted with social justice or presented social justice in a way, I had to really think about what I was going to do. And that forced me to do a lot of research. And I am so thankful for Carm for making me do that research, because like most people growing up in America, I knew that Martin Luther King had a dream and he was assassinated, and that Rosa Parks would refuse to give up her seat on the bus. But then once I had to start doing research into history and the civil rights movement, it completely changed me, and it changed the way that I look at life. And how I'd like to start out is with this quote that I came across. And it says, "What hurts the victim most is not the physical cruelty of the oppressor, but the silence of the bystander." And that's by Eli Wiesel, writer and Holocaust survivor. So that puts the obligation on all of us. Like, we all have the opportunity to do something about this right now. And how do we do it? Like, I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not a legislator. I'm an artist and a teacher. So what we have to do is recognize that art is this amazing, huge umbrella under which every aspect of life falls. All religions, all genders, all sexual orientations, all social economic status, everything falls under this. So this is the opportunity to have this discussion. And I don't know if you guys had a chance to see the special anniversary, 50th anniversary of Sesame Street, but it was amazing. So 50 years ago, Sesame Street started with this idea that they were going to champion social justice. Like, that was their objective. So when you look at these puppets are purple, they're orange, they're green. The whole idea is to include diversity. And then if you look at the cast that was performing with these puppets, it was the first time that we had a racial and cultural diversity in a cast. And so in that 50th anniversary special, you had all these celebrities, all these famous musicians and artists and actors, and they were talking about their experience with Sesame Street. And a lot of them, this was the underlying theme, is that this was the first time that they saw someone on TV that looked like them, that they could identify with. And then the issues that Sesame Street challenged and tackled included homosexuality, included race, included death. I mean, everything. And what they're doing is presenting these conversations, and they're doing it in an educational way, using arts and entertainment to educate. So all these people that grew up with Sesame Street had these ideas that were already built into them. And I think that that is what is important about what we're doing now. And I think it has extreme value, because right now we are struggling. And what's crazy is that as I've done all this research and I've gone back into the 1960s and studied the civil rights movement for this education program that I'm trying to develop, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. You know, it is absolutely mind-blowing. There is a fantastic documentary called The 13th, which is about the 13th Amendment, which was nominated for an Academy Award. And there is a moment at the end where they put the monologue of a current political figure, and they impose it upon footage from the 1960s. And it is this striking moment where you realize that it hasn't changed. And I think that that's what we as educators are faced with right now. It's that we want to, like, how do we create change? How do we do that? How do we change what we are seeing? How do we create an environment where someone does not drive a car into a crowd full of people or shoot a 13-year-old girl in the back of the head? I mean, how do we do that? Like I said, I'm not an educator. I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not a legislator. So all I can do is take this platform that I have, which is arts educator, and you introduce them to the idea of seeing another person's point of view, which is what art is. Like, the history of humanity is recorded in museums and galleries, because each work of art is a moment in time, is a human emotion. And if you can learn to see things from another person's point of view, it becomes much harder to hate. So that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to break that cycle of systemic racism. And I think what you do is you create that sense of empathy and compassion within human beings. So I was a little long-winded, but what I'm saying.
Hey, Michael, thank you so much. That's fantastic. And just really appreciate your personal reflections and your obvious engagement with these questions and how to do it and what our role is in it. And as you've said, I appreciate you reminding us that, you know, it's up to all of us. It's how do you make change? How do you make things better? It's up to all of us in whatever our field may be. And so, you know, we're exploring it within arts education right now, but thanks for that. And also for the reminder about Sesame Street, which is amazing. And I think the reminder that, you know, these issues, these questions the process of exploring them, you know, it can really be beautiful and fun and uplifting, while, you know, having a powerful impact at the same time. And I just really appreciated that example. Would anybody like to respond to anything in particular from Michael's comments, or shall I call on the next the next teaching artist? Rebecca, would you mind taking a stab at sort of that same idea again? Just a kind of obviously your work is full of engagement with social issues, but in a general sense, as an artist and as a teaching artist, how did that come about for you, and how do you approach those values in your work?
Yeah, sure. I actually have another presentation. Sorry, that's what I thought I was supposed to do for this.
That's great.
As well. So I'm going to share my screen again. And when I'm done with this, my apologies, but I need to take my daughter to get COVID tested, and it closes at noon. So I'm going to skip out for a minute, and then I'll join back once we're done. So let me share my screen here. And jump in. Let's see. Let me try this again. Okay. Okay. Can everybody see it? Yes? Okay. Just before we get going, I want to say, I want to thank all the collaborators this year, which were the teacher, Megan Ritchie at Belair High School, the principal, Derek McAfee, and the prevention specialist who works across Belmont County, Natalie Manners. So earlier today, I gave examples of self-generated questions that the students had, questions for themselves, and then how those questions led to personal projects. But in addition to that, they came to a consensus on a question that they posed to the larger community in Belair. And so in the following little short video, the students, or that question is revealed.
There's the mental illness. I want to ask this question because I feel like a lot of people don't talk about mental illness and stuff like that, and I think you should right now because it's the pandemic and stuff like that.
I feel like most older people don't want to talk about their mental illness. Like if they've been in the war, they don't talk about it much.
Because there's so many people that suffer quietly because they don't want to be diagnosed.
Why don't they want to be diagnosed?
Because they feel ashamed that there's problems with them.
What is this? What are we doing?
We are bringing awareness to mental health to the Belair community. It's so important and so under talked about. And mental health is very important, especially during this pandemic and especially with teenagers.
So we use this question, how do we remove the shame from mental illness, as a central theme for building a zine. And a zine is basically a magazine. It's usually small circulated and self-published. This is the second time with the Rural Arts Collaborative that we've produced one. And the first time we were able to sell it all over the world to our great surprise. We hope to do that again this year. And I will somehow share with everybody how they can purchase their own copy. But the proceeds from selling the zine go to the students. I think that's a form of social justice, making sure people get paid for their work. And, you know, I've got students, I would say the majority of them are working 30+ hours in addition to being in high school. I had a student who worked 52 hours last week. And so by creating something and generating money from it, we are able to give them, you know, some financial support as they continue on their journey and move into, some of them, college. So here is an example of this year's zine, as shown by one of the students, Ashley. So I also wanted to share some from Judy Walgren. You know, the students make hundreds of photographs each year, hundreds and hundreds. And by the end of the year, I'm able to narrow it down to about 450 of their best photos. But then I let Judy take it from there. She's a Pulitzer Prize winning photographer. She has over 20 years of experience editing. Editing is the choosing and the sequencing of images. She was the director of photography at the San Francisco Chronicle. And so here she talks a little bit about the student photographs and her experience working as the editor of the zine.
Hi, everybody. My name is Judy Walgren, and I am the Associate Director at Michigan State University School of Journalism. I'm also a professor of practice around photojournalism and visual storytelling, as well as immersive media. So I kind of live in the world of visual communication and visual storytelling, and I'm super obsessed with images and how an image speaks to us. And also how images put together create meaning. These high school students are producing work that I would say are on par with some of the best photographers in the world. And that speaks a lot about the level of instruction and engagement that they are getting from their incredible teacher. Okay. So this is the first spread that I'd like to talk about, but in the center of this image, you have this sign, this welcome sign, which I think we're all quite used to seeing. I've seen these for my whole life everywhere. What's fascinating about this is that you've also got this American flag on the right. You've got the Pittsburgh Steelers at the top. But around this welcome sign, you have all of these extremely dangerous tools that are also used as weapons. They also look like tools of torture as well and have been used as such. So a lot of different things happening in this image, beautiful composition and lots of layers of meaning. The next screen shows on the left, it's a photograph of a piece of glass, probably a window that was shot where a flash went off. The chaos, the anxiety that students were feeling. I feel like this image really kind of illustrates that. And then on the right, we've got this incredible selection of selfies from this brilliant student of her crying. Just really powerful. The next spread shows the top of a range in a kitchen with a series of medications as well as salt and pepper and honey, which is so fascinating to me. Actually get an idea of who uses this stove and, you know, who owns this stove by what they have set on top of the stove. And then you've got that wallpaper behind it. And then on the right, you've got this really interesting out of focus portrait of this person, again, with this kitchen oriented wallpaper in the background as well. So super interesting. This spread
Well, that's killed the
basically
moment.
just took me right back to my area of expertise, and that is around women, right? And how the role of being a woman in the world is actually performative. And we get this indoctrination through imagery, basically. So on the left top, you've got the word secretary, and then below that, you've got this young child holding a baby doll. Then you, at the top right, you've got the photograph of this person's grandmother, which is kind of tucked away behind a sofa and a piano. And then above that, you've got the word bless. So super interesting and very layered in meaning. And then below that, you've got someone on a phone, probably looking at Instagram or receiving some type of social media indoctrination about what they should look like or be like or behave like. So again, super powerful images and messages is what I'm thinking about. The level of visual literacy that these incredible students are operating on. I am very thankful to get to work with them all and hope that we can continue doing this incredible project for years to come, because I think we learn not only about culture, but also about ourselves through exploring these images and the way they work together as a cohort in a zine.
So Megan, if it's not already clear, she's the collaborating art teacher. And in this short video, she shares how we arrived at the title of the zine this year. It was all her doing. She's good with titles and I am not. And she also talks about why choosing to center our theme around the issue of mental health is important in general and to her personally.
While we were brainstorming about the title of the zine and what we should use, I started questioning my own experiences with the Bel Air Bridge. And I can remember as a child going across the bridge with my mom driving or my dad driving, and the sounds it would make, the tires against the metal iron grid on the bottom, and then having to stop and pay the toll booth worker a quarter or 35 cents to cross. So the word toll was really sticking in my mind, and it made me think of the toll of many things that this book includes, like living through a pandemic, living through social injustice, the toll of stigma, the toll of being a teenager. So there's a big price to pay for all of these things. So I just thought it was very important to address it in the title. I think it's most important to address mental illness now more than ever, because the pandemic has affected the youth in ways that other generations can't even imagine what these kids are going through, being bottled up and stuck in quarantine. Maybe some people don't have a good home life. Maybe it's just a chemical imbalance in their head, but they're not getting the help that they need or deserve. It has affected personally. My son's good friend and roommate chose to take his own life, and just a couple weeks after that, a senior at a high school in a neighboring community here chose to do the same thing. And it's just such a terrible, terrible thing, tragedy for these kids to hear about or experience, and the consequences are just irreversible. My hope is that displaying the students' artwork through the zine brings awareness to the stigma and the shame, and kids can feel a little bit better about talking about it and about being open and honest about maybe struggles that they're having, so that they can get the help that they need.
So we, at the suggestion of Judy, we actually at the end of our zine made a dedication page, and I'm not sure if you can read it, so I will. It says, "We dedicate this zine to the lives lost during the pandemic, including the father of Megan, the collaborating art teacher. He passed away from COVID in the last couple of months. We also remember her son's friend and roommate who took his life this year." So thank you again for giving me your time and attention. And I end with some thoughts from the photo students at Blair High School about why mental health is a social justice issue.
Okay, ready. Oh, okay, so I just say it? All right, I thought you were gonna ask the questions. I think mental health is a social justice issue because I want my friends to get the care that they need.
Mental health is, ready? Mental health is a social justice issue because not a lot of people have the money to pay for the things that they need to help with it.
I think social justice, I messed up. Okay, I think I thought what I want to say. I think mental health is a social justice issue because it isn't affordable to everyone, and the stigma behind it makes people embarrassed to talk about it with other people.
Mental health is a social justice issue because it's not, oh man, I'm sorry. Okay. Mental health is a social justice issue because people don't talk about it enough or they're too afraid to talk about it. Justice looks like speaking about it with someone and normalizing it. It's always the ending that gets me.
Mental health is a social justice issue because it takes money to get help and money doesn't come easily.
Hold on. Oh. Mental health is a social justice issue because people need it to survive.
So thank you again. This was, I want to thank Carm for this opportunity. This was the first time the students became familiar with the term social justice. And so it was important to be able to use the vehicle of art and photography to learn about it, and specifically to focus on a topic that was really on their minds. So thank you for all that support, and back to you, Jim Wolf, and I'll see you all in a little bit running for COVID testing.
Becca, thank you. Good luck to you and your daughter. Thanks so much to the students and the teachers that you worked with, and thanks for bringing focus to mental health as a social justice issue. One of the things we were going to talk about is how you define it, what social justice means in the community that you're working in, and one of the sources of that is student voice, which is such an important concept in arts education in general, and specifically, in social justice. And so you just showed us an example of student voice, literally, those students speaking, their impressions of mental health as a social justice issue, and also very powerfully showing their visual impressions of that subject as well. So thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it.
Thanks a
Good
lot.
luck today.
I'll be back.
Okay. So I'm gonna, Adam, I'm gonna go to you next. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to impose a time limit on you. Again, I want to be respectful of our schedule in our next session. So I don't know if you're comfortable with this. I'd like to spring this topic on you a little bit, just coming out of what we're talking about there. You spoke a little bit earlier in your presentation about going into this community and, mostly, if not almost entirely white. And when you ask them initial questions about students identifying as, different in some way, initially there was nothing, no acknowledgement of that. Do you have any thoughts about, like, as you go into these communities where you're working and you're thinking about how do I incorporate social justice into my work? what does it mean? Even if you don't use the phrase social justice with them, how do you create a version of that is meaningful and you can use in those kinds of communities, in those kinds of schools?
Well, first, I can't believe you would place a time limit on a storyteller. How dare you?
I know, we're in trouble. We're in deep trouble here.
I've had it many times in my life. Well, it's easy for people to look at the art of storytelling and think that it is about speaking words and making movements to convey ideas. And it is. But at its roots, storytelling is just as much about listening. To become a really skilled storyteller, you have to really develop the art of listening. And it is listening while you're telling stories to the people who are experiencing the story, so that you can tell they don't understand this, or they need more information here, or they're uncomfortable with this, so I have to shape the narrative to help them through this. But it's also listening to the community, and it's listening to current affairs and bringing knowledge of that listening to the place and the act of storytelling. So to put that into the context of your question, and my experiences as a professional storyteller, often when I'm outside of Appalachia, I hear all kinds of misconceptions about Appalachia, about who lives there and what we're like here. And often it comes down to something as simple as me saying, well, I am an example of breaking many of those ideas that you have about who lives in Appalachia. And if I'm able to share stories with people, if I'm able to listen to communities and share stories with people, then they can open up. And I'm going to explain that more in just a second, but I want to just add this side note that I believe social justice is really about getting to know things that we don't know. And I think we need social justice because there's a lot of hate in the world. And I think that hate is really a projection of fear. And fear is something that's rooted in misconception and misinformation and ignorance. And if we could have more sharing about who people are and what they believe and what their lives are like, which happens through story, then we could develop more of what we need that's the opposite of hate, which is love, which is an act of social justice. So when people see me and they say, you're from Appalachia, you're a white man, that's what Appalachia is, full of people just like you, right? And I say, well, I do present that way, but I'm also a queer person. And there are lots and lots of queer people in Appalachia. I'm also from a community of Jewish people in Appalachia. And there are far more religious beliefs and denominations and lack of belief than you would think, based upon what media might tell you about our region. And now let me tell you more about other people who are there. And so it's my goal to be an ambassador, which means I should always be learning about our people, and that means listening. And so it's a loop, And so when I go into the classroom to work with the students, that classroom, you mentioned what I said earlier about that classroom. What the teacher told me about it was, well, it's, there's a lot of similar demographics here, but they're on the verge in the 7th grade of becoming very different from each other over the next couple of years. So part of this residency has been about teaching them to listen. And so we've had diverse storytellers come in, but we've worked on developing their skills of listening to each other. Because if that can happen in their classroom, then it's a microcosm for the rest of their lives on that journey of listening, to develop understanding, to develop more love for people, which is social justice rooted in storytelling. How did I do for my time limit?
You exceeded my expectations. In fact, I was still on mute. I wasn't even ready for you to be finished.
I can always keep going.
No, that's fantastic. I really appreciate it, and thank you for introducing the idea of listening. I mean, as a storyteller, obviously you would recognize the importance of listening, but I mean, really the role of listening in overcoming misconceptions and misunderstanding and hatred and fear, and providing that context of, understanding that there's more diversity than perhaps meets the eye in Appalachia, which is such an important concept. I'm gonna give Michelle the option here of saying a few things on this topic and kind of bringing this in for a landing. And Michelle, if you'd rather pass and we go on to the next segment, I'm fine with that too. What do you think?
I think to stay on time, what I will say is just that there has just been such within, we've certainly focused on these specific projects in this part of the presentation, and I'm about to send it over to Jeffrey Carpenter to take us off into the next section, but just the incredible depth of work and thoughtfulness and compassion and commitment to uncentering the dominant voices, I think is incredibly evident. And that's part of all of our responsibilities in this listening that Adam talks about, but also in the leading and facilitating, but not taking, I'll use my world, center stage, and how critical that is. I also just want to say, this is going to seem like a big blanket thank you, but I'm actually, from my personal experience starting especially this last year, just with West Virginia, I know that's incredibly generalized, but some of the conversations like today, some of the ones through Tamarack Foundation, through other that I have engaged in, I just am continually impressed and inspired by the commitment of many, many people on this call and others to social change and making West Virginia, and of course the world, a better place. So I'm grateful, not a West Virginian, but I'm grateful to be in the space with so many of you. Thank you. I think if y'all, I am a Southerner, I am from Southern Texas. So if y'all are cool with it, I feel like the right thing to do is to send it over to Jeffrey, with also an awesome orange wall behind him. I love that, to take us into this next section.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you so much. I think we're going to go pretty much directly to a video because I'll be back later. But I am just, I can't say how overwhelmed I am with all the great work that's going on, but maybe I'll talk about that in a second. But I think we are supposed to go right to the video now, and then Carm will be back.
From Pittsburgh's People's Media. Midnight Radio, WBRC.
Live from Zoom Room B on the World Wide Web, you're listening to Bricolage's Midnight Radio,
a remote education program connecting school curriculum with the creation of 1940s-style radio plays.
Whatever you're learning in school today,
it's Midnight Radio.
Students transform into radio plays.
It's Midnight Radio.
Performing sounds are what characters say.
It's Midnight Radio. Bricolage is proud to present Midnight Radio.
Well, I just have a few words to say, and they are thank you, thank you, thank you. Bricolage founder Jeffrey Carpenter, his life partner Tammy Dixon, and their education coordinator Sam Turek have made something that is indelible in the minds of so many students. I'm going to tell you a little story before we go into the next video, but it was a cold and snowy day. And Jeffrey and Tammy Dixon and the board chair at the time, Frank Vitale. I was the development chairperson, of course. I was hucking people for money. Jim, that was for you, DeNova. In any case, we trekked down to Washington School District to visit Dr. Roberta DiLorenzo, who was superintendent at the time. And Jim DeNova and all of us had a conversation about piloting this. Jim was ready to push the button on the funding, and we just needed a place to land. And we landed in Washington School District. I can remember Robbie saying to us, let's do it all. And when we were talking about what grades that we were going to target, we were going to target a few 8th graders. Robbie said, no, let's do the entire 8th grade. And we did. It was just an incredible experience for students who were struggling with their voice, students who had had some very, very personal, difficult situations. Every student in that 8th grade performance was in that 8th grade performance. Even if they crushed a paper bag for sound or dropped marbles for sound or splashed water for sound, every student participated. And I know that Dr. D knows how important it was to those students, because those 8th grade students eventually became mentors for Midnight Radio to continue in the school for the next 5 years. And Dr. D found funding to make that happen. So with that, I would like to say a special thanks to the Bricolage team, Jeffrey, Tammy, Sam, my partner in crime. Every time I show up in a school, it's just awesome to watch Sam Turek with these students, and Dr. D. We could not be where we are without you believing in us. And Jim, of course, thank you for the support and your funding. I'm going to turn it over now to the team, and they're going to show Dr. D talking about.
This is how education is supposed to be. You know, we're all involved, we're all doing something, we're using the knowledge and really learning by being a part of it. We were already working on performance-based education, getting all students involved in actions. The teachers were using student achievement data to change their instruction, to put more hands-on activities in the classroom, connect with the arts, the more creative side, to extend the students' knowledge in all of the contents. I was very positive about it, but as all leaders of an organization, we can all have great ideas, but we have to really rely on the people in the buildings to make it happen. As superintendent, I was determined to say yes to anything that would benefit our students and be sustainable, and actually just obviously bottom line to improve their achievement and knowledge, get them better prepared when they leave us. They've got to know more when they leave than when they came. So this was an excellent way to do it. One of my proudest moments was our students performed in front of 55 superintendents in Allegheny County at the Bricolage Theater. And these superintendents were considering, but they questioned the students while on stage. And one of the most memorable responses from one of our students was, you know, they were asked, like, why did you like this? What did this do for you? And one of our students stepped forward and said, it just made me feel alive. You know, we really need to personalize and change instruction. You know, teaching isn't telling. We have to have the kids doing more. It's a little more difficult, tough to schedule, more noisy, but that's learning. That's if we want to really achieve lifelong learners, we have to let them discover how they best learn. And sometimes that isn't just by listening. You know, they were able to grow and do things they didn't anticipate themselves being able to do. And if left to their own accord, probably would have never volunteered to do it. But after a while, these students you could just see them open up, and that lasted. It was long lasting. So we helped them to discover a part of themselves that was always there.
There she is.
You are some.
Here I am. That was really touching. I hadn't seen it, obviously. So, yeah.
You're natural.
Thank you so much for, allowing us to participate and coming to Washington, and certainly recognizing Washington again today. Oh.
Well, Dr. D, I mean, as Carm said, you know, our trip down there all those years ago, you know, I just, first of all, am just struck by sitting here today, just experiencing the breadth, the scope, the artistry, the passion, the humanity of this program, and the impact that it's having in students' lives. I'm really just, as Sam was mentioning, I'm just surprised, I guess. I don't know. I'm certainly just honored and just feel so grateful to be a part of this community and all that it's doing. And, you know, when I think back to that day that Carmen and I and Tammy and Frank trekked down to your office there, and it was a snowy day, and we were, you know, barely able to get down there, but to come in and, you know, what we knew, the thing about radio, you know, as Adam was saying, you know, it starts with listening, you know, and to be able to use everyday objects to transport people in their own imaginations. It's an intimate medium, and it all, for me, began in like laying in my bedroom when I was a little kid, lying there, listening to the shadow and being transported. And you know, that passion in us, and to start exploring with this program that was immediately very, you know, popular, but it can transport you in a way, you know, the format is just so open and so able to contain anything. And we didn't discover it until we were in a rehearsal and the door was open and kids walked into the space, and they just, their minds were blown. And, you know, when we started talking about that with Carm, that during that time, she was like, you know, you have a really good education program here, you know. And then to introduce that program to you, and through your eyes, we didn't even know what this program could be. And it was you that really saw it and challenged us, you know. And I literally did not know what we had. And the fact that it is able, as you know, Michael was talking about, art is our humanness, it's our humanity, it's the way we express it, it's the big umbrella, right? It's in our DNA, but this format is able to connect in a way that gets everybody working together. I mean, it's a collaborative art form as much as it really, the medium is so intimate and personal, and yet to create it requires such teamwork, and the project-based part of it. I never would have imagined, only through your eyes, and your ability to just connect the teacher, us with and for us, that's the lifeblood that that it's useful. It's useful for the teachers. It's not something that we're dropping another lodestone around their already weighted necks. We want to help them lift and to connect. So anyway, all of that is a testament to your vision. And of course, somebody who needs no introduction, the visionary himself. I'll pass it over to the man, at least to my right, James DeNova.
You know where?
Thank you.
Or who's next? So I have to say, that Bricolage Midnight Radio Junior was a real prototype for RAC. And what made it such a huge success was not just the talents of the artists, Jeffrey, Tammy, Sam, and the crew, but the way you orchestrated it. And this is why you are the consummate superintendent in my eyes. And I'll tell the others, you did two things that will always stand out to me and why you will always be a rock star in my book. The first was the challenge when you quietly, calmly said to Jeffrey, I'm in as long as every student in the class is a part of this. And Carmen and Jeffrey both noted before they came in, we have a plan for a cohort of students. And you said, and that cohort is every student in the class. And Jeffrey's like, okay, we can do that. And they did it. And you put the challenge out there to take it to the next level so that every student had a role. And the second thing you did, which is equally important and less visible, you gave cover to your teachers, to the artists, to the students. You were the leader that stepped back and said, create. And you have my blessing and you have my support. So I watched in rehearsals, your teachers step up and beyond. The teaching artists, Jeffrey, Tammy, Sam, and the crew, everybody was trying new things. And the kids themselves stepped out of their own comfort zone. So everybody excelled. But it wouldn't have been possible if you didn't say, go. You have my blessing and you have my protection. So giving cover is something quite literal and in my mind. And that is leadership. And you always represent that to me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jim, Robbie, before we hear from you, I just want to echo everybody's comments, Jeffrey and Jim, and I want you to say whatever you'd like to say because we have a couple of special little tributes we'd like to present to you. I know you already got one by FedEx in the mail.
I can't wait to show it. I'm wearing it.
Yeah, but please, please feel free to say whatever is in your heart right now, because I know a lot is in our hearts.
Very much so, yes. I'm always felt, and I always started any discussion with, it is my privilege to be superintendent of Washington School District. And it was indeed a privilege. In fact, the other thing I say, because I'm continuing to teach college courses for teachers, that we have the best job in the world to be able on a daily basis to influence children. We often don't know how much we influence them. We often don't get that immediate feedback. But to spend our careers really touching so many lives is, to me, such an incredible blessing and a huge responsibility. When Bricolage came As I said in the film, I was determined to say yes to anything that allowed our students to grow and develop, beyond any of the challenges or boundaries that life gave them, that so they could see beyond Washington to really know what they could do, and so that was so very different from the way they knew school was school. This recognition is not mine. It's the teachers, B.J. Mihalchek, Chet. They're the ones who made the biggest difference, particularly Erin Moore, who was the lead teacher, Chet Henderson. They were the social studies teachers at that time. They were just incredible. Again, as I said, we all have great ideas, but it's practitioners who have to put them into action. And thank you, Jim, for mentioning that I stepped back, because that was obviously purposeful, because again, I trusted them to do the best job after we had several discussions about how the logistics of it, because in schools, it's always the logistics of it. But it was such an incredible venture and such an excellent example of performance-based education, for which we were working on anyway. I mean, I was so grateful that you all came to us, and obviously Benedum Foundation for funding the first few years of it. It's still going on, which is amazing to me. And I'm so grateful for that, because it's an incredible program. And I know it has changed the lives of kids. It at least changed their opinion of what they can do in front of an audience. I mean, just think about that. Those kids got up in front of an audience. Some of those children, some of those students really had difficulty talking to their peers, talking to their teachers. They were somewhat withdrawn for a variety of reasons. But again, I was very happy that you agreed to work with me in regards to my contingency that all kids have to be in this. Because for me, when I saw this, I knew the students that really had to stretch themselves and go outside of their own self barriers to participate. But until they did that, they didn't realize, A, that they could do it, or two, that they even belonged in such a group or a team. And the teamwork and the camaraderie and all the collaborative effort really were the best outcomes of all of this. And they did learn a lot, because the teachers later have always said those parts of the curriculum on the Civil War and that those kids knew like nobody's business. So a lot of learning went into that, all social, emotional, and academic. So it's an incredible program, and it's to all of your credit that it's continued and spread beyond Washington School District and into multiple states. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Oh, and can I share my necklace?
Yeah, I want to say, Robbie, thank you, because not only did you begin with, you were the pilot, you were the start, you were the begin, and you were the continuum, because you, after Benedum funding, you found a source of funding, and Midnight Radio Junior is still going strong at Washington School District. So
yes.
Thank you for that. And we have a very special present that was FedEx to Robbie. I said, I'm so sorry you're going to get it before the event, but this was made, actually we would have done this last year, Robbie, but the pandemic hit, and Michelle Sable, who is one of the most talented artists in glass and jewelry making, and I think she's on with us. Yes, she is. Handmade this beautiful necklace. So Robbie, you can share that with everyone.
Well, I am wearing it. So here it is. It is gorgeous. A rainbow of colors and beautiful beads. And Michelle, thank you so much. This is a work of art, and I will be wearing it a lot. So I so appreciate it. Carmen did give me a heads up that I would be getting a gift, and I kind of was expecting a plaque or Not that I would not have appreciated that, trust me. But when I got this necklace, I was just amazed. I was like, oh my gosh, this is gorgeous. So thank you. I will be wearing it and sharing it with many of my friends and the artists who made it. So thank you.
Wear it in good health, and thanks, Michelle Sable. I know you're here somewhere. I'm not really keeping up well with it, but there you are. Thanks, Michelle, so much. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful. I know you sat on it with it for a year and then you shipped it. But thank you so very much. I think Rick Morgan, I think Rick has a gift from Ogilvy. Rick?
Yes.
Yes.
So Robbie, we decided it was important to, obviously have an artist create you a piece, but we also wanted to have one of the students' artwork be displayed too, hopefully in your house. And we had a young artist, Alexa Forche, and she was from Brook Middle School, and she worked with an art residency program with us with Nancy Tyrone. And I actually have it kind of hanging back here behind me. And so we have this beautiful collage piece that Alexa created. And obviously I only live one street next to you, so I will be stopping over and dropping it off at your house here either today or tomorrow sometime soon.
Great. So I can't wait to see it in person.
Yes, absolutely.
That is wonderful. To be done by a student is just incredible. Thank you.
So that's what our thoughts were, and we thought, it'd be nice to have one obviously done by an artist, but then also one of these student artists. Hopefully you all cherish this also.
Yes, thank you so much. What a touching gift. I love it. Thank you.
Yes,
you got something to wear and something to hang.
That's right.
If I could tag on for a minute to Rick's comments from Ogilvy Institute, I just wanted to say, Robbie, thank you so much. Again, obviously through your leadership and commitment to RAC in general, but I wanted to say that was my first introduction to RAC, was when Jim and Carm, we had been talking about the idea and the concept and the great things happening in Western PA, but they invited me along with Tim Thompson and some others from my team at Ogilvy Institute to come and see a performance. And it just was an incredible experience, and it really lit a fire, and you've seen the growth of RAC over, across the border into West Virginia. So we're proud to have you as part of Wheeling, and so glad you're still teaching at Wheeling Jesuit. And I believe you are actually a past board member at Ogilvy Institute.
Yes.
So a lot of great connections with you. And I just wanted to personally, from the bottom of our heart, say thank you. And I share those observations about Midnight Radio. I saw that at Tridelphia, in seeing those kids and hearing comments from their educators and from their parents saying, wow, I never thought that this student would do this. And, I think that speaks to the power of the arts in this program, is that it instills that confidence and their love for learning, and they certainly rise to the challenge. So anyway, sorry to jump in there, but I
oh no, thank you. I always say miracles happen in classrooms each and every day. Just open your eyes and ears and you will see it happen. The mere fact that a teacher can contain that number of kids for all those hours is the first miracle. But that they learn and grow under our guidance, it's just such a blessing and such an incredible journey to take with them. And I don't think I said enough initially about how wonderful the artists were who came in to work with them. I mean, they had writers and the people, the technicians, the musicians, the actors. They were just phenomenal in working with the students and really developed relationships with them pretty quickly. So that in and of itself is a skill, because some people come into the schools and classrooms a little fearful or hesitant, but bricolage people just came right in and got in there, and so they did a phenomenal job. Thank you.
Robbie, thank you so much. And Danielle, thank you. Those comments were so on point and appropriate. Thank you again, as I said, for being our pilot and our flight path to so much success for RAC. I'm going to turn it over now, and please enjoy your gifts. Wear them in good health, hang them in good health, and keep us posted as to what's going on.
Okay, you too. It was my pleasure. Thank you so much for this recognition.
Hey, Carm, if you mind, I'm going to jump from behind the stage really quick. And I just want to say that you all know Dr. D. I know her as Mrs. D, having grown up and being close friends with her son, Matthew. And I just want to say all the attributes that you are celebrating about Mrs. D were the same in the 80s. And through her awesome work in Ohio County schools. And you were one of my favorite people. We love seeing you walking through the neighborhood and
Thank you.
and seeing just picturing you as one of the heartbeats of our amazing community. So congratulations. It's really good to see you. And
Thanks so much.
you know that I know you're an adjunct at Wheeling University, but it's not too far of a drive up here on the hilltop. So give us a call, okay?
Okay. Jason, thanks. Great seeing you.
Jason, that was great. I had no idea. Thank you. Thank you for interjecting that. That's fantastic.
That's awesome.
Mrs. D. I would never call her Mrs. D. It's Dr. D, Thank you all so much. And again, many, many thanks. Heartfelt thanks, Robbie. I think I'm going to turn it over now, if I'm seeing out of one eye, to Rick to entree his projects, and then Jason, you take it away after Rick makes his entree. Rick?
All right, great. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, my name's Rick Morgan. I'm the director here at the Stifel Fine Arts Center, and I'm the, I guess, the RAC coordinator for Ogilvy Institute. And so we've been working with the RAC program for quite a while now. We have actually completed 18 different schools that we've worked with over our time, and we actually have 5 more to do next fall. So we will have a total of 22 schools that we have been able to bring the RAC Institute, or I'm sorry, the RAC program to everybody, which is pretty phenomenal. And I really thank Carm, Jim DeNova, and for all their support and kind of making this happen and having trust in Ogilvy Institute to do some great programming. And I think we've had a great opportunity to work with pretty much the whole northern panhandle of West Virginia. We have been in each county, actually all the way down to Wetzel County. So, and even jumped over a couple over the river to different schools over in Ohio. So it's been a real honor to be able to kind of work with all of these different schools, create these relationships with these teachers, administrators at these schools. So we have a video that we produced that will help kind of give a little bit more insight in the power of what these residencies have been able to do in these schools. And I think the video kind of really touches on all of those great learning skills that happen through an art residency program. So Jason, I'll let you take it away with the video.
As the RAC coordinator, my goal was to basically find artists, teaching artists, and finding a school to place that teaching artist. So I think there's a balance between people that are very talented artists and then really good teachers. There's not very many that are both, and I feel like we have a great collection of people that are both. Most high schools do have an art teacher or an art program or something like that. So my tie was, how am I able to get these guys in here? What specializations do they have that the regular classroom teacher is lacking? And I was able to kind of place those teachers in those schools. And I think as a result of that, the programs have been able to flourish.
The essence of the project was really about helping students to understand the historical, socio-cultural foundations of music that they hear today. For a lot of students, I don't think they understand that when they turn on the radio and they hear pop music, that it comes from the Black music tradition. It was important that they understood that the reason we have such a rich tradition of Black music in this hemisphere is because of the slave trade. So when I talk about it, not just being about making music, but understanding where the music comes from, that's a challenging thing to talk about, but it's important for people who look like me to help other students who look like me understand the history behind that. Music, I think, is a great teaching tool for understanding culture because everybody listens to music, whether they are doing it intentionally or not. Most people have very strong views on music. Music is a very personal thing. We all have genres of music that we like. We all have genres of music that we don't like. One of my favorite things to do and I did this with the students in the history class, is to start playing random recordings and asking them if they liked it or not. That seems like a simple thing, but whenever you play a Tim McGraw song and one student's like, I don't like this, and also I don't like country music. I think music is a great way to help students see that from an aesthetic standpoint, you don't have to enjoy something to respect it. So I'm really big on giving students a space to say, I don't like this. Cool, tell me why. Articulate why you don't like this. Not to justify your taste, but just to be able to say it in a way that's respectful, because music reflects our differences, and we can have differences, and we don't have to hate each other. So it's really almost like a microcosm for what we've always struggled with in this country, which is people being othered, right? So it can be kind of self-revealing and humbling.
We live in a visual culture, especially this generation is inundated with images 24/7. But what is it that they're seeing? And I always ask the students this question when we begin. And typically this generation is seeing selfies, a lot of self-documentation. Of course, we're all seeing advertising, but there's this other language in photography that they don't know about. And I thought, gosh, this is the perfect activity to do with a group of young people where we can make photographs and explore what it's like to live in the town where they live. Look at their community, look at their lives, express their own feelings and thoughts about those things, and then put together a collection of their images that all together are their own reflection of what their lives are like. Then they're getting to see this like very advanced, cultivated way of exploring the world, seeing the world. You know, photography is a form of expression, and what I want most from the students is an honest expression, because that's how you reach people. You don't reach people through generic, you don't reach people through making something that you think people will like. You reach people by digging really deep, as hard as that is, and sharing something personal, because that's often what connects to our common humanity.
So the residency that I did at Payne City High School was going to be a stage play that we were hoping to travel. And it's based on an actual court case from 1851. So we were able to bring that story to the students, and then the students took just that really brief story and they developed the characters and the ideas that were going to happen in that story. And from those characters and ideas, we created the script. Like, that was a big part of what we were doing, was script writing. Another one was the acting skills, the performance skills, improvisation, dance, communication. Especially when you talk about theater and you're talking about doing a play, theater is nothing but communication. One part is to learn to listen to each other and have that respect and have that empathy, but also to have that confidence and that strength to voice their opinion, which is something that I think all of these residencies have an aspect to, is the sense of therapy. Like we always talk about the therapeutic powers that art has. And for a lot of these students, because they do come from these rural areas, they don't have a lot of exposure to things, and they haven't heard a lot of things, and they may not have seen a lot of the things that we're talking about. So these opportunities to do these residencies gives those students an opportunity to have that kind of growth.
My project was at St. Joseph the Worker School in Weirton, West Virginia, and we chose to create an illustrated bird guide for native birds around West Virginia. I chose birds for this project because I knew that we wanted an illustrated guide, and at first it was kind of this really broad, like plants and animals and everything in between in West Virginia. I wanted to narrow down that concept and pick a species that's diverse. So I knew that was a subject that these kids could really gain an understanding and relate to. I think our connection with nature is important because it's all around us. When you walk outside, you see color, you see texture, you see shape and form and line, and those are all elements of art. So maybe we don't necessarily have to know every plant species or every bird or every little natural landmark near us, but I think it's nice to really be aware and relevant to what's in front of us.
At its core, the program is a collaboration between this band of urban farmers, some ACE educators, broadcasters in the region, and kids, public school kids in Ohio County who were deemed incapable of learning in a traditional environment. That was not a space where they had all of their needs met in such a way that they were able to learn. So we have built a yurt. It's a round Mongolian-inspired tent. The cool thing about a yurt is that it keeps people sheltered while also being connected to the nature around you. It's a break from normalcy, It's a break from kids' realities, and it gives us a chance to reset and establish a space that's new, that's fresh, where all of the basic needs can be met so that learning can then take place. One of the first things that I do with kids, I have a couple of questions. I give them 30 seconds to answer. And these questions get at the core of what excites them. It's that simple. And who the experts in our community are that are able to come in and demonstrate, that this is a valid passion and interest. It's very exciting to see a kid have an opportunity to talk to an expert about something that they're passionate about with an expert who's also really passionate about it. The magic there is wonderful. The kids would interview them. They would have an opportunity to learn about recording. Everybody would have different roles. We would edit together. And then the kids ultimately would record that script for broadcast. We tapped into West Virginia Public Broadcasting. And so that was a platform for these stories. It's one thing to express yourself. It's another thing to be heard. And then that, I think, is where the magic healing sort of tendency seems to happen. So when we're heard, there's something validating about that.
We did the two projects together with different grades, and then we did origami holding paper chandeliers. We used 3 different color of the origami paper and then put it together to make a 3-dimensional cube. And then we put the strings on and hung it around and made a chandeliers. That was the first project, and then we did the second project was the Japanese traditional painting called Nihonga. They are historical painting over about 1,000 years in Japan, and I imported all of the pigments from Japan. The kids learn to hand mix colors. We mix those glue and water together and individually on a porcelain tray, each color by hand. And the color cannot mix, so we layers and layers and layers. First of all, they learn about a Japanese cultural art. I introduced them to our Japanese food culture, clothing, and language. They even learn how to write their name in Japanese, and they do calligraphy with me. So they were exposed to a lot of Japanese cultural art. These traditional painting techniques a lot of Japanese people does not even know. So for them to know that, it's pretty wonderful. In my residency, they have to research so that in the end of the day, they're learning about West Virginia's flower, West Virginia's animal, buildings, architecture, and the bridges and stuff like that. So they research about their own culture. They're basically attacking both sides, the different, unique, unfamiliar cultural art method to their local familiar subject matter.
So going into this residency at Wheeling Park High School and knowing that I was going into the broadcast journalism class, one of the things that we really wanted to do was make it an art class. And these students, it was great because these students already knew how to use a camera and they knew how to edit. So that we didn't, and they had the resources too. They had the computers and they had the cameras and they had the mics. So the first part of the class was really me getting them to let go of their preconceived ideas of what they thought the moving image was and how it could be used, and tried to get them to take the same tools that they were using to create their broadcast journalism and allow them to use it in more of an artistic manner. The way I always look at it is the frame, the picture frame, can either be a window or it can be a canvas. You know, so if you're just setting up the camera and you're just turning it on and shooting, you're looking out the window. So again, it's not just the image that you capture, but maybe the image that you captured is the beginning of the image that you're going to create. So you can affect that with color, you can affect that with texture, you can put movement onto that. So it was really that, it was getting them to realize that they can do so much more with this camera than just set it up on the tripod and turn it on. So when it came to the second semester and we had the students break up into groups to do their own personal projects, it was kind of amazing, the stories that started to come forward. So there was one girl in particular had been in an abusive relationship with a boyfriend, and she had kept it all in the journal. And so she turned this journal into this very lyrical, beautiful video piece about being in an abusive relationship in high school. I mean, there was no wall there. Like, she was just exposing herself and what she had been through. And it's very important. I think the whole artistic process, the reason that you become an artist, is that it is about self-exploration. Like, you're seeing what happens or how you think or how you respond if you add these different elements. So it's a way for the students to find themselves, not just be what they've been accustomed to or what someone has told them that they are or what they should be. This gives them a chance to see that there are other things out there. So it really allows them to find their voice and have an outlet to express it.
Some of the projects that we did at Bridgeport was self-portraiture. So the students got to explore different ways of making photographs of themselves. And then we took that a step further by letting them do collaging and words and, you know, layering things on top of their photographs. So just kind of layers of personal expression. I just really want to give teenagers that outlet because of this time in their life. There's so many very complex, complicated issues. But when you learn about one person, their story, what they're going through, we can all together start to untangle and understand issues together. The process of making a portrait of someone can be very intimate. It can really, you have to kind of slow down, look at one another, talk to one another. And one thing that we were able to bring into the conversation was the language of consent. Can I get this close? Are you comfortable? Can I move your hair? Can I, you know, all these different things, asking questions, negotiating with each other, because there's a power relationship when you have a camera, typically, between the person making the picture and the person being photographed. And so how do we make that process a more just one where we're not hurting one another, but collaborating and working with one another?
So of course, like unfamiliar material, they're confused first, hesitated, and at the same time, they were very excited.
I was excited and a little scared. Where's the line? How uncomfortable can I make them? How open to this will they be? Are they ready for it?
Sometimes there's a lot of nerves. I love those times. It's like, basically we're creating an environment where it's okay to be vulnerable with each other. And that can be an uncomfortable space, but it's always enriching.
It really forced the students to work in a way that they were unaccustomed to. With all these residencies that I do in the different schools, it always becomes challenging. And there always are times where you're sort of not succeeding, and you have to allow the students to know that that's part of the process, but you have to keep going forward.
I always tell each student that this is not your personal art project. This is a collaboration art. So you are going to be a part of somewhere in this process. Even you just hold the first triangle of the origami paper, that's all you did it, but you're participating to the process of making a bigger scale artwork together.
I think art is really impactful to middle schoolers, and I think it does help really bring their confidence up because, you know, with my project, we did have some curriculum that was specific. You know, we had to understand anatomy of birds and we had to be able to create a color palette. So there are things that are specific, but at the same time, these students had a lot of freedom in their artwork to express how they wanted their artwork to be seen. So there was a lot of self-expression. They had a lot of choices that they were able to make in that process.
We had just gotten to the point where we were going to start to engage the community in terms of rehearsals after school and preparing for a concert when COVID hit.
So because of the pandemic, everything got shut down in March. So we had to walk away from the project.
You know, they'd been making pictures of themselves and their friends, but we wanted to extend it into the larger school community. And so they had begun to collaborate with the teachers in the school and other classes about setting up these portrait projects and times. And the school, like all schools, shut down and eventually was able to shift to remote learning. I was lucky that I was able to continue with that process and encouraging them to use photography as a way to cope and express themselves and document this time in our history. But the collaborating art teacher, she really wanted to somehow finish the project. And even though we couldn't use our idea, the concept we'd had of making this a mural that included the school community, the students had made portraits of each other throughout the early months. And so, you know, we just had to think creatively about what we could present. And so we had a photograph of each student in the class. They had made these pictures of each other, and that ended up being our public mural.
While we didn't really get to engage the community, I think we had some breakthroughs in students that might not normally come to music or the arts. It was neat to see them sort of evolve and recognize the importance of what we were talking about.
I think when it comes to any form of art or any type of art that you do, the process is always more important than the outcome. It's that concept of while you're creating, what are you feeling?
It's about that journey, okay? If you knew exactly where you were going, then it wouldn't be worth going there. It's about getting lost, and the things that you discover in that creative process are things that you're discovering about yourself. Because nothing's going to go exactly how you want it to, and that's great. Because now you have all these challenges and you have to figure out, how am I going to resolve this challenge? What am I going to do? Because like they say, the show must go on, like something has to happen. So that's where that sort of abstract thought and creative problem solving comes in, is that we have a problem, how do we solve it?
A lot of times what we would do that was exciting, we could spring off of that and get the students improvising. And I believe that people who are adept at musical improvisation are creative problem solvers. You need to be preparing students, regardless of their major, to be lifelong learners, to be creative problem solvers, and to be critical thinkers, and to be good citizens, right? And you might think that's a little bit pie in the sky to tie back to improvisation, but to be a good improviser, you have to be able to listen to other people. So we just tried to keep it simple in that experience and just get them doing that. That's not going to result in any kind of big concert at the end of the deal, but what it's going to result in is people leaving that class understanding that there's more to music than just turning on their phone, and that with a little bit of information, they can start to engage with music in a meaningful way and be creators.
What we need to do to prepare them for that is focus very intentionally on cultivating what are today referred to as soft skills, okay? So that means creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, working with a team. You have to be able to cultivate a human being who is adaptable and creative in order to prepare that person for what's coming next. So all of those things are the focus by design of this program.
The students had written small reflections. You know, we took time to ask questions about their hopes, their fears, what they think about, and then we combined those things with their images. What they said was most important to them were the connections that they had made with their classmates. And they said that it was really unusual because they all were kind of from different cliques and different peer groups. And honestly, I don't think that you can make work with depth and vulnerability unless you have a safe space in which to create it. And if you've ever seen Sister Karita's 10 Rules for Making Art, rule number 1 is find a safe space and try trusting that space for a while.
The RAC residencies have allowed Ogilvy Institute not only to just work with new artists, but also allows us to work with new schools and have that relationship, know that Ogilvy Institute and the Stifel Fine Arts Center is this resource that these teachers can use. So it allowed us to get the foot in the door in all of these new schools that we never had our foot in the door before. So it's allowed me to have these relationships with these classroom teachers that once again benefit us in the long run, because now they come along and they do other programs that we offer here. They realize that there's other resources that the Stifel Center can provide their students, and so that allows us to build this relationship not just for that one-year residency, but now hopefully for the length of this classroom teacher's career.
Hi, Megan.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
It just exploded. The photography department, leaps and bounds, and the opportunities that we had is just amazing. It didn't just complement, it exceeded like all expectations and goals that we had set for the school. It also opened up an avenue that I wasn't too familiar with photojournalism and storytelling through photography, whether it wasn't just an art form, but an actual storytelling process. The arts as a whole is something that's so important for their mental health, and mental health is a huge issue and focus on our projects that we've got going on this year, especially with the pandemic. So art has definitely been an outlet, a release, a creative side for them to explore, and it's just been a godsend for the kids.
So I sent it to the person who inspired the zine, and he did this incredible write-up about it. It absolutely shocked me. And yeah, so what that did is that skyrocketed what the students had made to a worldwide audience. It led to people all over the world collecting it. And yes, of course, that recognition is really nice, but in the end, what was amazing is that we were able to give each of those students $250. It was one way that they could really get value from their art, especially before they were headed off to college or whatever the next steps were for them.
Something that seems so unattainable for the small town of Bel Air to reach such notoriety and publicity and, you know, praise. Like anything is possible. The sky's the limit. I mean, I have students telling me that when they grow up, they might be a photographer now just because of that process. So it has really just like made my heart so happy.
I never needed to be told that the folks who are teaching in K through 12 have a whole bunch of chops that I don't have. I knew that. But to see it gave me an even deeper appreciation for the work that folks are doing when they're teaching high school students. Sometimes they get a bad knock from folks in college. We're not seeing these students come to us with the same level of preparation that we had. And they're coming with different preparation because the world is different.
All of the teachers that I worked with, became my friends and they were inspiring. They're my partner in crime.
So usually I'm only working with one teacher, but in this case I was able to work with 4 teachers. And that was a lot of fun, just interacting with the teachers and getting them to get excited about the project. And it sort of became something that the whole school could own.
Really, my students, they got to be celebrities in the area. There were, 32 by 56-inch printouts of their faces on the side of the building. It was super exciting for them. It's still exciting. A year later, it's still exciting for everybody. It's drawn a lot of attention to our school. They can see that the kids are individuals. Those pictures that were on the side of the building, I think displayed their personalities almost perfectly. And we wanted to show the community that we had a lot of really great individuals at our school and they deserved recognition. And I think the community could see that. It was larger than life. You can't miss it.
So in order to do a public mural, there's a whole process of talking to the principal and reaching out to the city council, and the students were all involved in crafting messages and PowerPoints and learning to explain what they were doing. So that was a way they kind of collaborated and connected with the community. You know, it was so nice to put this in a very public place and have the students' faces because boy, that was one segment of our population that was hit hard because of the pandemic. So I hope they were recognized and remembered through this.
They were able to learn about the inner workings of a camera. Like I said, they'd never touched one before, so they learned how the light came in. They learned about the aperture, the f-stops. They learned about composition and how to set up a photo. It was just fun to watch them put all this together. Plus, she helped encourage their independence. They're still developing. They're trying to figure out who they are. And if somebody believes in them, that just makes them, that's gonna make them a much stronger adult. In our world, this is part of our society that we're raising, and we're telling them it's okay to be who they are. It was their vision. We facilitated anything that they needed. We would help them, we would back them up. But it was their ideas. That was probably the best part of it all. And I think it was important to them that they were able to express themselves in that way. It was really cool.
I am so grateful for this opportunity to work and engage with the community partners, with the kids, to learn and to grow together with the community. The fact that this is a possibility here and that this has been afforded to me, this possibility to work and collaborate in this way, has been an incredible personal opportunity for me, like for personal growth and whatnot, and just life experience. I cherish the time that I've had, and I will always cherish that time. So I am, above anything else, I am grateful for that.
The classroom teacher's response has always been very positive. There are obviously scheduling hurdles that we all have to climb, but I think they also realize the benefits that are going to come from this, and they are always about their kids. They want their kids to have this exposure. And so having their students have this opportunity to have a professional artist come in and work with them for a whole year, they tend to drop the schedule and say, hey, we're doing this. Let's do this. I don't know how many more opportunities we have, but we're gonna seize this opportunity. So you have somebody that just didn't learn about it in school. They are actually out there doing it as a profession, as their job. That brings a whole different skill set, I think, into a classroom setting. And I think that real world experience translates to these students in a different way. They can see the potential of what they can do as a profession. And being creative in a workforce is huge. And whether they are a great artist, that's fine, as long as they can think of in creative thoughts. I think those creative problem-solving skills that these residencies can provide for them, I think will change their lives.
All right, guys. Well, thank you.
Rick, that was a fantastic, fantastic presentation. And I want to thank you and Wheeling Heritage for pulling that together. That was just amazing. And of course, all of the artists who participated in that. I love the backdrop of Stifle. You know, it always lends itself to just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful environment. So thanks so much, Rick. And thanks for being my right hand in West Virginia for so many years now. Really appreciate it. Now we're going to segue into our residency in the Eastern Panhandle Contemporary American Theater Festival. Let me just give you just 2 minutes of background. When Michael McCowan did his residency at Magnolia High School with Garrett Black and other students, they were invited to bring their residency and installation, which they recreated at Contemporary American Theater Festival, and to spend a week with a program that CITF and Shepherd University run called Hostel Youth. These students and Michael and 2 chaperones, I believe, went to Shepherdstown, and I can tell you that it was a life transforming experience for them. And I'm sure Garrett could attest to that. By the time the end of the week came by and Jim DeNova and I made that trip, these students presented in front of the board of directors and trustees and donors and faculty, administrators. They were just amazingly professional, having done this for the first time. So I want to really, really, really thank, number one, Michael McCowan for getting these students to the Contemporary American Theater Festival, and then Peggy McCowan, the last name might sound familiar, and that is Michael's sister, who is the director of Contemporary American Theater Festival. The students from Berkeley Springs High School approached Jim DeNova and I at this particular function and said, we'd really like to do the same thing that these students are doing. We want to do this. Our arts program has been cut. We don't have drama. We don't have theater. We don't have jewelry making. We don't have painting. We have nothing. So after Jim and I left and we were trekking back to Pittsburgh, he said, I want to fund this. I want to, extend some funding to this. So again, with Jim's support and Benedum's funding and Fayette County Cultural Trust's understanding that we wanted to go into the Eastern Panhandle to do this one particular school, we are serving 65 students in Berkeley Springs High School. They're going to create something amazing. I know they've had a whole year to sit and think about it. And I think Peggy and Vicky and the gang were able to take the 65 students right before COVID hit to the Kennedy Center to see My Fair Lady, so they could actually see theater and talk about character design and character development and stage sets and so on and so forth. So with that, I'm going to entree the Contemporary American Theater Festival, Berkeley Springs High School, 65 students, Peggy McCowan, director, and Vicki Willman, director of development. And thank you, Peggy and Vicki, for being here. I know you're here. I see you, sort of. I'll turn it over to the video now. Thanks. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Again, Peggy, Vicki, thank you so very much for what you've done. I cannot wait to get back to Shepherdstown. Number one, to see the new plays that CATF has in store for us, but also to see the final product of what these students have done and what you've done for these students. I believe that we're going to see something amazing. And thanks, Vicki. Can't wait to see you. Victastic. That's my friend Victastic. But we are so excited to have had this opportunity, actually, from students who really asked, could they participate in the RAC project, and for Jim DeNova and Benedum for making it happen, and for Michael initially introducing students to these Berkeley Springs students. So it's become a family, and really I do consider all of you part of the RAC family, and this was really an amazing journey. Can't wait to get back to Shepherdstown, and I believe now I'm to introduce our segment. We have some more artists for you to see. These are the Pennsylvania projects, and we are going to feature Hiromi Katayama, because Hiromi, a lot of the artists do this. So many of the artists do this. They work in 2 states or 3 states, in Rebecca's case, Ohio. But they work in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio. Yes, they do cross borders and rivers. We have a saying here in Pittsburgh, you know, people in the north don't cross the bridge to the south, and people in the south don't cross the bridge to the north, but we've got a truly interstate crew here. So we will see Hiromi Katayama, Michelle Sable, Diane Adams, Laura Jean McLaughlin, and I don't believe we're going to repeat the video because you already saw the video from Bricolage in the earlier segment. And then shortly after that, we're going to have a performance, and that's going to be live by our own James Moore. So take it away with the PA Projects video, Jason and Teresa.
Hello, my name is Michelle Sable, and the first project I'm going to talk about is the one for City Hall. It's a stained glass window, and the project went from 2019 in the fall until the spring of 2020 when COVID shut us down. And we did a lot of stained glass work. I taught them how to foil glass, grind glass, put a patina on the soldered edges, and we made some jewelry pendants in preparation for working on the larger piece together. I also taught them a lot about stained glass making and about stained glass manufacturing, as glass was our sort of 2-year overarching theme within the grant project. I had them do a little bit of jewelry designing to imagine what they would do if they wanted to make their own pieces in that way. I took them to Nemacolin Woodlands. We got a beautiful tour of all the galleries and art there. They did some really nice stained glass type window projects. They saw all the Tiffany glass there, the Tiffany glass windows, and really got exposed to a very unique environment, which is now closed to anyone who is not staying at the resort. So we kind of got in there at the right time. I also did a 12-minute piece, which was shown to the students who were then participating through Zoom. And in this longer instructional piece, I went over everything that I taught them in class. I went over how we all came up with the design elements together, how they all represent different aspects of Pennsylvania. And the piece is called Pennsylvania Peace of Mind. And I really tried to incorporate their thoughts and ideas into how the piece was designed and came together. The project that I did for the 2018 to 2019 school year was called the Unity Project, and I also did a documentary video on the piece, which is available on my YouTube channel, Memphis George Jewelry. And it lays out in detail the history of the Center on Strawberry and Cameron Coca-Cola and Kathy Cameron excavating this glass, which we then brought to the school, had the kids sort and arrange the elements. We built a large box to contain the resin which we poured. We also did 2 field trips this school year with the entire 7th grade. We went to the Heinz History Center and had a private tour with the curator of the glass section. And then we also took them to the Glass Center in Pittsburgh, and it was a fantastic time. The piece was installed by Pete Cameron and a crew of his, and I lit it, and it can be viewed at the Center on Strawberry in Washington, Pennsylvania. Hello, my name is Michelle Sable. I'm a teaching artist with the Rural Arts Collaborative, and this is my 2019-2020 project with Madonna Catholic Regional School in Monongahela. The title of the piece is Madonna of the Mon, and the original artwork was from the 15th century, and we transferred it onto a large cradle board. I did the artwork for the text. This piece is going to go in the front of their school, where Mrs. Hawk was standing in the beginning there. Here we see the kids doing a variety of tasks working on the project. We broke down all of the tasks into smaller pieces. So we did mirror ball pieces for the text, and then we did a bunch of smaller things like paper beads that are going to go around the piece. Also punching bottle caps that we're putting screws through for all the sides. So the whole thing will be lined with bottle caps. I also made cold porcelain clay and showed them how I made it, and we hand colored it with acrylics, and I showed them how to sculpt the flowers that are going to go around the base of the Madonna on the mixed media piece, and the kids really loved working with the clay. I did a longer video for the class, which I sent for the kids to look at on Zoom. And it went into detail about all the tutorials, how to find and make the different projects that we did when we were all together in class. So I brought the piece back to my studio, and I began doing all of the glass work for the mosaic. And I hand cut my own little tiles to do the draping of the Madonna's cloak. I also took little pictures, all their school pictures, and cut them out and placed them behind glass into the cloud-shaped areas on either side. And I used gemstones in the piece. There's quartz crystal and rose quartz. The piece is still in progress and should be finished shortly.
Good evening. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Again, my name is Carol D'Angelo, and I am here with the lovely, the talented Diane Adams. She is literally the artist behind this amazing mural that we're going to talk about right now. How are you, first of all?
I'm good.
Are you so excited?
I am. The mural's done.
I mean, how long did it take you?
I would say I started around July, June, July. So 6 months, but off and on because, you know, I had a few things going on.
Right.
A vacation and things.
You're a busy lady.
Yeah.
But I don't think that seems like it's a long time for painting on a brick wall. I mean, it seems like it would take a minute to do this.
Oh, it took a lot of minutes, yep.
Yeah. But it's amazing. So let's talk a little bit about why you got involved with RAC, which we know is the Rural Arts Collaborative. Tell us why you got involved.
Rural Arts Collaborative, a fellow artist came to me one day. He actually did my printing. You know, he said that he had a company that he thought would be a good fit with me. And he introduced me to the Rural Arts Collaborative. And we clicked, and my first assignment was the Clark School here in Washington.
Right.
So.
Oh, that's right. You did that school.
Yeah, we painted the whole school because that was more of a deteriorated school. We could paint anything on the walls. We painted the pipes. We painted the bathroom doors. We painted everything.
Wow,
so that was a lot of fun.
Amazing. So how many schools have you worked with so far?
I would say at least 5. Locally, maybe, let's say, Wash High, Trinity, McGuffey. I was in Uniontown as well, Lafayette. Trinity, I did both the middle school and high school. And McGuffey.
And on this project, it was Wash High, correct?
This was Wash High, yes, advanced art students.
Really? So what did they do for the project? I know they didn't actually get to paint, but what did they get to do to help you?
Well, when we knew that it was more of a liability for them to come out on the wall, we found ways for them to participate. And a prime example is this scroll. They did the backgrounds of the scrolls, and I had the students sign their work.
Oh, nice.
So on each scroll or a cutout piece, they did the flags, and this is a PVC material, exterior, and when they did the backgrounds and that, they did the flag up there that you see, the red flag, the Liberty, no excise. These are all three-dimensional pieces on the wall, and they contributed to all that.
Is this a first for you on an outdoor project like this to have cutouts?
No.
No?
I have the Napa building in Claysville. There's a cutout right beside the door. And he's been there the last at least 3 years and going strong. So
that's amazing. This was a great idea. I mean, this is a really great idea. So the students, how did they feel, or how do they feel at the completion of this project? They have to feel so proud.
I am not sure. I hope some of them will be here today.
Oh, I hope.
But when we ended the project, but prior to ending the project, they were all enthusiastic and they showed up every day. And they were willing to participate and be creative and inventive.
Which is great.
That unfortunately ended, you know, in March. But we had done a lot of the backgrounds and the things that needed to be put on the wall.
Thank goodness you got that
by
done.
that time. Yeah.
Right. So the significance of this project, I could talk about it all day, but in your words, what does it feel like to you to be a part of a project like this and the significance for you?
Well, I love murals, and they tell a story. And most of the time when I'm working on a mural, or I'm hired to do a mural in a town, it is about history. And I like the fact that I help keep history alive. I'm not sure how local history is approached these days in schools and things, but this helps, and it brings the town and the different people connected, and the students connected to be more interested in where they live.
I think because our town is so rich in history, and this is such an amazing way to commemorate that. And you are a local artist, and these are our local students, and it's a great pairing. So, I mean, kudos to you for that. So we know how long it took, because you told us that. What is your favorite part in the whole mural?
In the entire mural, my favorite part, I would say I enjoyed painting Dave, the reenactor. He's very detailed, because we wanted to project why they wore this outfit, and the scroll tells you beside of him. And I also really like the jail scene, because some reenactors, models who may or may not know they're in jail right now, but they're portraits in the jail.
Oh, that's true. And we can't actually, we would like to take you on a walk of the whole mural, but it's loud. So maybe upon the completion, my director here, the lovely Natalie, who's got a future in directing, because I'd like everybody to be able to see it. So the significance of the Whiskey Rebellion, that's what the whole mural is, correct?
Yes, it tells the history of the Whiskey Rebellion, and the historians and board of directors for the Bradford House gave me this information, and I did a preliminary sketch and sketched the scene as I would depict their history, their written history, and they also gave me all of the language on the scrolls.
Wow.
So we start at the beginning of the Whiskey Rebellion, and the wall moves toward the history, the reasoning, the making of the whiskey, and then the rebellion, and ends in Alexander Hamilton.
Wow.
Trying to find Bradford.
So the historians gave you all the facts, and you sketched this on your own, out of the way you wanted to tell the story artistically.
Yes, and when of course they got to take a peek at the sketch, and they thought that would work, and so it all just jived together. And the further I came along, the more interesting I think things got, and more colorful, and that everyone was more excited.
Did you add to it as you were going?
Oh,
yeah. So you were going and you thought of something else. What was the last edition that you did? Like, what was there is something.
You're standing right beside
I
it.
could tell by your smirk, and that this was not a setup at all. Go ahead.
No, these four men, Washington's troops, coming in to crush the rebellion, is the last scene that I painted. And I did these four guys within the last couple days.
You're kidding.
No. I like to be on the edge, you know.
Yeah, well, that's part of being an artist.
I always finish when I need to be done, but I like to panic some people, I guess, sometimes.
That's fun. That's that adrenaline, right? But I mean, the detail and the faces, that's amazing. Wow.
Well, thank you.
So, all right, you told us what your favorite part is. I want to know, who is your favorite artist?
My favorite artist is Monet. And I did some study in Aix-en-Provence and studied Impressionism. Wow. And I have painted plein air paintings outside and on a couple hour quick jolts, and I really think they express a lot when you have the outside air and all the elements involved in painting.
Absolutely.
And Monet and of course Van Gogh. And
yeah, Monet's my favorite too. That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny. I didn't know that. She just saw these questions 2 seconds before we did this video, because it's fun to be spontaneous. But so, in your words, as this amazing artist who depicted this story for us, why should someone come down here and check this out?
Because the visual tells a story, and the first murals were 30,000 BC. They found in caves, and I believe that that's how people communicated. People of all language can communicate in art.
Yep.
So anyone, whether they're interested in history or anything, can follow along this wall, and then they can see in the 90 feet of this mural the whole Whiskey Rebellion and the history behind it.
And obviously, there's an amazing event associated with the Whiskey Rebellion, right? I mean, a local event, but I can't imagine what you'll feel. Hopefully there's no COVID in 2021 when the rebellion's going on, and you can do something here and draw attention to this just what it's done for the downtown, you know, on behalf of us at the Observer. We can see this, you know, thank you. This is just fantastic.
I'm honored to work with the RAC World Arts Collaborative and Carm Nickens, but it's been a pleasure to do another project, yet
Absolutely.
another project with them and the students,
Right.
and high school students, and have it be something that the whole town can enjoy for a long time, and as I said, tell the history. So we keep history alive. And
That's
this
right.
Bradford House is doing a great job of keeping history alive as well.
They sure do. They're fantastic people. So what's next for you before we say goodbye? Where are you
Oh,
going next? Can you
well,
tell us?
If you just turn around and look on the other side of that wall right there. That's
it.
the wall next year, yes.
Fantastic.
Yes, and I'm not sure the details yet. We haven't worked all of that out, but
It's a surprise.
Yes, it's a surprise.
Great. Well, congratulations. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Everyone, come out and check this out. If you need to know more about RAC, the website will be on the Zoom. And if you need to know more about Diane, she's available as well.
everyone. I just wanted to share with you some of the new pieces that came out of the kiln last night. So it was a pretty good firing, so I was pretty happy with how things turned out. If you are interested in any of the pieces, just direct message me and I can give you different prices. So thank you so much for checking it out. Thanks again and have a lovely evening. Take care. Bye-bye.
Well, you can see that we've had an amazing amount of diverse, different projects in Pennsylvania. We're so happy to have worked with Laura Jean, Hiromi, Michelle, Diane Adams. As I said, Laura Jean, I said in the chat, Laura Jean, I think she went into Laurel Highlands and, oh my gosh, I think she was there for 2 weeks and then COVID shut it down. And she did this 10-week video, instructional video for the students, and they would log on every week, and they, excuse me, they created some beautiful pieces. I tried to get a sip of orange juice in there too quickly. In any case, we're running a little early, so without further ado, I'm going to introduce number one, a fine human, one of the finest humans I know, friend, amazing, amazing jazz artist. And he is the Vice President for Academic Affairs at West Virginia Wesleyan. So he just does this other stuff on the side, which is amazing because I don't know when he has time to do it. But James, thank you today for your earlier contribution. Thank you for what you do for our students K through 12 and as they continue on their journey through college. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and James is going to gig with us for the next few minutes. James.
Thanks, Carmen. Thank you, everybody. And I've really had a great time with everyone this morning and into this afternoon. I took the opportunity to run from my admin office over here in the admin building at the college back into my old music office where my fancy microphone and all my goodies are. So I can play a little bit for you guys today. I was just going to play two tunes just as sort of just because Carm asked, and when Carm asks, I do what Carm says because she's amazing. I think we all know that. But I do want to just thank everybody for their work. It's been so great to see all these projects coming to varying degrees of fruition. And like all the other artists, it's been really inspirational to observe firsthand the resiliency of the students that we worked with during these unprecedented, crazy times. And also just the can-do spirit and creativity of the cooperating teachers. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but that was just what a real inspiration to get to see how teachers at Madonna, where I was, reacted and kept their students moving, and teachers here at Wesleyan College, where I'm very biased. I think I work with some of the greatest teachers in the world. So it's just been a really great time amidst all the fear and all the awfulness to see everybody persevere. So give me just a second. I'm going to set up my rig here, and I'll ask for a little help with my sound check to make sure that everything's cool. I'm going to play two tunes for you guys. The first is a ballad. Ballads work well when you're not playing with other musicians. Calvin, by the way, I loved your video. You sounded great this morning. It's good to see you, my man. Ballads work great when you're playing by yourself. And there's a really important anniversary coming up in June of this year. June 26th is the 65th anniversary of the very untimely death of the great trumpeter Clifford Brown, who was one of my main influences when I was younger. And he was taken from the jazz world on June 26, 1956, at the age of 25. And in 4 short years, he upended the jazz world and taught everybody to think differently about how they were approaching the music. And this is a ballad that was written by one of his dear friends, composer, arranger, saxophonist, Benny Golson, and it's called I Remember Clifford. So please bear with me as I get my setup together. Calvin, will you be my sound man? Will you tell me if I sound like crackly and too loud, please? Thank you, sir. I Remember Clifford by the great Benny Golson. So, I got one more tune for you guys. We can't end on a ballad. That's not cool, right, Calvin? We can't end on a ballad. That's not okay. We have to end on something high. So, this is another Clifford Brown composition, a blues entitled Sandu.
You are amazing. I was sitting here, Rock. Thank you.
My pleasure. Oh, welcome distraction from the other administrative duties I have today.
James, that was awesome. Thank you so very much. That was just.
Thank you, everybody. My pleasure.
Icing on the cake.
Much love to everybody.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to do a little housekeeping. Jim Wolf, as I think I said in the beginning, is on the way to Burlington, Vermont. And so he had to get on the road. And I am going to turn it over to Danielle to make some closing comments. And then we are going to have a very special video for you after those closing comments. So Danielle, why don't you take 5 or 10 minutes to make some comments.
Okay, well, I really just want to say thank you again, James, for concluding today's events with such beautiful music. how perfect it was to open the day this morning with Calvin playing and closing with James. One of the benefits, I think, too, for Ogilvy Institute with the Rural Arts Collaborative is that we have, expanded our roster of teaching artists and connected with so many wonderful artists and arts organizations throughout West Virginia and Pennsylvania. But Calvin is actually, in addition to our association through RAC, he's going to be part of our jazz series this year at Ogilvy Institute, and is going to be performing with us in August at our annual board benefit. So if you're in the Wheeling area, please join us and hear Calvin, and he will be performing with us and doing a great job as usual. So thank you, Calvin. And thank you to all the artists and educators that were here with us today. Boy, these examples of arts and education were truly inspiring. I know that I really am walking away from this feeling very good. I've learned some things. I certainly hope that you have as well. We appreciate all that you do in terms of making contributions to education, and also, what each of you did today to put together this very special event. Certainly, again, I can't thank EQT and the Benedum Foundation enough for the funding of this project, and I'm really excited to see RAC and these residencies continue and the continued impact that it has on the lives of young people every day. So I didn't really have too much more to say, Carm. Do you need me to comment on anything that I didn't already cover?
No, I'm just trying to do some administrative housekeeping.
I know. I didn't know if you needed me to fill some time, but
in the back, in the back between my sunglasses and trying to see the screen. No, I think you've pretty much covered everything. Jim Wolf, are you still with us, or have you taken off?
I believe he's on the road.
Good. Okay. Jim,
I'm between Morgantown and Pittsburgh right now.
Ah.
No, not really. I'm
yeah,
still here
the
at my
background
desk.
looked the same.
Leaving any minute, but no, I'm still hanging in here. I've really enjoyed the afternoon.
Well, thank you, Jim, for your expertise and your partnership and all that you've done for RAC from day one and for all of us. And I want to wish you safe travels. You got a long road ahead of you. What is that? How many hours?
I just call it 16. It's it's going to take a couple of days, so it's a process.
God, you could drive to Quebec in that time.
Well, we almost will. A little bit farther and we'd be in Montreal.
Yeah. Well, see, that's where I'd love to be, because that's my hangout, Montreal and Quebec City. But I wish you safe travels. And again, thank you for all that you do for the arts, for students, and your partnership with RAC. It's heartfelt. So.
Well, I appreciate it. And just, really to reiterate, but was really happy to be part of this today and look forward to, can you imagine when we're able to actually do this together in person, how much fun this is going to be,
Oh my God, we'll all be so hysterical. We won't know what to do with ourselves.
I'm looking forward to that. But, again, as we've been saying all along with all these things, all these sort of unexpected benefits, there's some video assets that have been created for today that are going to be, as Jim had said earlier, some of this is going to be useful in many ways for a long time. And so, a lot of great things have come out of having to do this remotely today. And anyway, again, just many thanks to Rural Arts Collaborative, to all the teaching artists, and certainly to our friend Jim DeNova at the Benedum Foundation for supporting education and arts education in so many ways, and just being a great partner and a great friend. I'm just glad to be part of it.
I just wanted to say before you hit the road, thank you so much, Jim. You've been the anchor in Charleston for this, and I think the department has done a remarkable job. And I was at the Clay Center last week, so let's do this at the Clay Center soon. It was wonderful.
Sounds great.
We need to be in high touch mode again.
I agree.
But thank you for everything, truly.
Again, thank you, Jim. We have a closing presentation, and I hope everyone will stay for this. It's really hard to see the chat. Most of the people who logged on today are still here. So, okay, most of the people who logged on are still here. So I'd like you to view this very special video. And so turn on your cameras and please view what we have in store for you. And then Danielle, Ellen Rossi from EQT, and myself are going to make a few more closing comments.
Now I feel like we shit on purpose on mute. Woo, Jim! This was not an accident. Woo!
I wasn't expecting that. That's
take
for
off my
sure.
glasses.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, I'm crying.
A
Oh
well
my
deserved.
God.
A well
It was
deserved.
so, who put it together? All you guys.
I'm going to take off my glasses.
Oh my God. That makes a great obituary. Save that. Even, I don't care how important.
Oh, that's a great end to this.
This is so touching, honestly. Oh my God. I don't know what to say. That is very kind.
I can't believe you're retiring, Jim.
Well, I am really old, and
Don't go.
here's the deal, though. Foundations always get credit for other people's work. I don't deserve that, but I'm really touched by it. I really am.
Oh, you so deserve it. That's great.
Yeah.
I think the Jim Who screen is what's going to happen come July, because I'm retired. Scott Izzo and I used to always say that. It'll be Scott and Jim Who. Was that it? Once we're out of here, but thank you. Yes, I'm retiring. And what is, that was so, I don't know what to say. You guys,
since we're off script now and we're all, since we're off script.
Carm, you're breaking up.
Well, yeah.
Since we're off script now, we're all babbling. And Jason, please don't mute us all again.
I think the Russian hackers put in the.
Yeah, I think I'm in trouble. That's all I got. That's what I got out of
it. Whatever she said. Maybe it was just censored. That's a distinct possibility. Well, thank you guys. Whoever had a hand in that. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. I didn't think that was gonna be the closing.
Well, I think while Karma's solving her technical.
Somebody translate.
She can straighten that up here before we all sign off. And I know Ellen wants to say a few words, but before I turn it over to them, Jim, I just want to sincerely say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I know I've known you for many years in various capacities, but just working with you, especially over the last few years with Ogilvy Institute, has been a true honor and pleasure. And, you were one of the first people I sat down with when I started my tenure about 7 years ago with Ogilvy Institute. And what we were talking about is, our desire to reach deeper into the communities that we serve and eliminate some of those barriers that sometimes exist, in terms of kids getting to us and our facilities. But, how can we get out there with our programs? And of course, how can we support teaching artists? And, that was 7 years ago. And there were a lot of conversations after that. And you worked with us hand in hand, as I know you do with so many other organizations and people, to put together a really strong proposal. And that brought us, here today. So I just want to sincerely say that you're just a terrific person. You're smart.
Well, thank you.
Smart, witty, fun, genuine, and you're one of the best connectors I know. So the world is definitely a better place because of you and your contributions. And thank you again. And
thank you.
I hope you'll stay in touch.
Yeah, I'm not dead. Even though that was a great obituary video.
You're going to get quite the big head now, Jim. Everybody, you're going to. All these goodbye.
Yeah, really, seriously, I'm not used to it. I'm,
gosh.
Like Danielle, I started working. You were one of the first people I met with when I started in the philanthropy world at EQT, and you brought me on to a lot of cool projects over the years. And it's only because of you and Benedum that we were even intertwined together with some of those funding things. So really appreciate all the work that you've done for me personally and helping to guide me. And looking forward to continuing a relationship. It isn't like you're going away. I know that.
I know. And I'm smiling because Ellen and I had more than a few sarcastic panels together. She moved her chair away from mine. I was poorly behaved.
Well, no, that's good. That's all part of your charm, Jim. Not many people can do that and get away with it when you say comments. And I have to say to you, they can see you, right? That everybody in this room is looking at you.
My favorite line ever. Thank you so much. Oh, you
Well,
guys.
congratulations on your retirement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And thank you, Jim, also for connecting us with Ellen and
Well,
bringing her on board with us.
I mean, the secret is it's more fun than going to the office is to connect people. I meet the most fascinating people. You're all on the screen. And what's better to introduce everybody and still stay out of the office. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Agreed.
it beats work. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Thank
Not
you
work when you
so
have
much.
fun.
And whoever,
Arguably the real.
yeah, thank you so much.
Sure. Is Carm, are you back? I think you're on mute. But it looks like you're trying to.
She must have shifted into the gym.
Okay. You know,
there
was it again? Oh.
Between sunglasses and a patch, it's a little bit daunting here. I said, Jim, in addition to your obituary video, which you're calling it, we have, you'll pay for that. We have a couple of presents for you. Could Jason or Teresa insert the picture and maybe we can switch to Hiromi Live? Jim, this is a special painting that Hiromi did for you, which she didn't have time to mail it to you, but she did this for you as a gift from RAC.
Oh my gosh. Beautiful.
And she'll send it to you once it's framed, or maybe, you know, whenever we can all meet in
Come and
person.
pick it up. Anything, yeah.
I just text her. I don't know where she is.
Thank you. And her, well, I'm going to be talking to her about that. That's beautiful. Thank you.
In any case, I think Rick or Danielle are also have a gift for you. I think
Yes,
this is
I do.
door number
So
2 now,
I have-
Jim.
Oh my
So
gosh.
wait, Jim, there's more. We have a beautiful collection of some Rick Morgan pottery. I don't know if you can see everything here, but this is a collection of 3 pots, 2 small guys, 1 bigger, and it is a process using horsehair. So it is kind of a unique type of firing that we do here at the Staples Center, and I thought it was very unique, just like yourself. So I figured these would be some really nice vases for you to display in your home or your office,
absolutely,
wherever you want to take them.
Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Rick, they're beautiful.
Well, thank you.
And I just want to say, Jim.
And I'm a sucker for ceramics, so thank you. I love that.
Oh,
Dan Cox, of course, you know, did such a fantastic job. You know, he is the video king, and he put together your video.
Oh, Dan, is he still there?
I'm here.
Dan,
you sent
Michael,
thank you.
You sent me that email and you said you're going to be known as Jim Who?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yes.
I love that. Joints in motion. That was Dan. Joints in motion.
No, but he remembered the Jim Who. That was funny. That was
You have
good.
no
You're
idea
good.
how many. You have no idea how many times we had to resend the agenda without your surprise video on it. And so finally, Dan just said, "I'm doing a video. I'm just going to put video in there." So because we had Jim DeNova surprise video.
Well, that was
In any case.
the surprise held up. Thank you so much. Oh my!
You know, thank you so much for
Honestly, this has been you know, all fun all the time. You guys all do such good work, and you know, we just get to, you know, take credit for it. But you know, it's just been a joy from the beginning. It's joyful work. There's no question about it. I mean, I cried through most of today anyway. Now I'm really crying, but I mean, aside from this, I just so appreciate it because this is a really, really special project, and you're all very special people to me. Thank you so much. Wow.
Wishing you all the best in your retirement.
We'll be annoying you about some things. Don't worry.
I was going to bring my folding chair and mittens down and set up in front of Stifle.
I love it.
And complain. I don't know.
Like you and Bernie, huh?
What are these people doing?
Please do. We have some great classes, wonderful pottery studio. So maybe that's in this new chapter.
Bobby.
For you. You're welcome.
I want to thank
I was just going to be
all of you.
Grumbler, but if you want me to do something constructive, maybe I'll take a class.
All right. We'll save you a seat.
You have senior citizen specials? I am a senior citizen on a fixed income.
It could be the Silver Sneakers Ogilvy
This
class.
is the silver sneakers of art. Yes. Oh my God. Thank you.
Well, I want to do some housekeeping here and just thank each and every one of you, who logged on. Some of you are new to seeing what RAC has done. Some of you are veterans, but I want to thank, number one, you, Jim, again. Please enjoy the gifts. Robbie DiLorenzo,
I absolutely will.
Being the catalyst in the start. All of the artists and funders and sponsors, Ogilvy Institute, Fayette County Cultural Trust, Attack Theater, RAC would not be what it is without all of you. I'm going to take my glasses off and say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
No,
Thank you all. And
Eva
thank you for
Carmela,
what
you're the one that put the glue together. You glued all these pieces together. Thank you.
I feel like I put the glue in my eye today. But,
There's that.
I should be driving soon, so all of you should really beware.
Okay, then.
Ellen,
Thank you.
I want to say a special thank you to Ellen Rossi because we had some behind the scenes chatter and Ellen said, Carm, why don't we do a surprise thing for Jim? And I said, you can't surprise him. Yes, we can. So
And you said Jim who?
So Ellen was really, really like, the little birdie in our ear to try and pull this together. And thanks, Ellen.
That was so sweet.
For being the birdie, and thank you for your support over the years in West Virginia, Pennsylvania. As I said, we could not do it without all of you. I'm giving you all a virtual hug and hope to see everybody soon.
Back at you.
And
hey, Ellen and we're going to be on another Zoom next week.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure we are. Which one?
I know. I'm looking at a paper calendar.
That was good, Ellen.
We have a 91 showcase next week.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
More student work products.
Yes.
We'll be able to gossip then.
Yeah.
Calvin and James, thank you
for
all. Amazing music.
Calvin, truly. Danielle, Robbie, thank you for. You are the one.
It was amazing. This was amazing.
I can't tell who's still on, because of the floating screens. But anyway, thank you all so much.
Thank you, guys. And I've been monitoring my texts all day, so now I'm going to put my phone away unless somebody wants to call me.
That's those eyes, Carmel.
There you go.
Yeah, I have to put my drops in, so it's drop time. So, thank you all again.
Thank you all.
And we will see, hopefully, everybody soon in person. Robbie, I'll text when I'm in Wheeling because we have a lunch date that's been a year and a half in the making.
Yes, please.
You'll come with us. And Jeffrey, Michelle, Sam, Rebecca, Michael, Michelle, all of you. And Misty and Russell, thank you so much for your production. Jim Wolf, check into Montreal while you're going to Burlington.
Yeah, make a left.
Hey, Carm, can I give a quick plug real quick?
Sure.
Just thank you everyone for letting us be a part of this. It's been a great year in terms of helping support our community virtually here at Topper Station, and a great learning experience for our students. And so this will be available on demand on topperstation.com. We'll try to get it up by the end of the week. and you can
Good.
share and watch it forever beyond the funeral proceeding, I guess. and Mr. DeNova, we thank you too for all of your support at Westover University. Congratulations. We weren't that prepared, but we did give you a couple of things. We have a Sarah Kegler for Board of Education pin and a vintage Ogilvy driving range ball.
That is perfect. Does Sarah expect me to work the polls now?
Absolutely. She expects you to do TFA Appalachia.
There you go. Hey, give her a hug for me.
Jason and Teresa, thank you so very much for all of your work today. And thanks, Teresa, your finger must be tired from texting, I'm sure, because we've been texting back and forth behind the scenes. But thank you, Teresa.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Teresa. Appreciate it.